And we need to know that female genital mutilation includes all procedures that intentionally alter or cause injury to the female genital organs for non-medical reasons. FGM is a violation of human rights of girls and women, and it reflects deep-rooted inequality between the sexes and constitutes an extreme form of discrimination against girls and women. And therefore, as young people, as people who work with young people, as leaders, it is a practice we must all fight to end. You've been engaging with communities, and one of the reasons men keep giving for this practice is it was our culture. We need to know that culture is dynamic, culture changes, and it changes according to times. FGM in Uganda happens in the eastern and northeastern parts of the country. Sebei, Karamoja, Pokot, and everywhere where these communities live in Uganda. Shockingly, it even happens in Kampala among the Somalis, the Maasai, and the Pokot migrants. We have the Maasai, the Nandis, who live across Uganda. Some are in Busoga, some are in Kamwenge, some are in Masindi, and they still practice female genital mutilation as their culture. Of course, you need to know that fact, more than 2 million girls and women alive today have been cut globally. That is what each of us should know. And the practice is mostly carried out by traditional circumcisers, who often play other central roles in communities, such as attending childbirth. So young people, you have a big task to make sure that this practice is ended in our communities. We are happy for the government of Uganda and the members of parliament for enacting the 2010 Anti-FGM Act, but the act has not yet stopped the practice. So it means politicians, civil servants, private sector players should put their hands together, including the young people, to make sure that we protect the girls, especially my counterparts, the males. Why should you marry someone who has undergone FGM? Yes. Actually, for me, if the practice had not been outlawed, I was not going to marry a Sabine woman, because I didn't want that practice. I wanted someone with all the tools. God knew why he made male and female. So are we ready to start the introduction process? Help us with the mic. Let it go round. So our procedure will be as follows. Because each of us has a partner, you will introduce your partner, and vice versa. So you both stand up, introduce each other, and we get to know you. It is part of building skills. If you can't talk in this world, then you better keep quiet forever. Because the mouse is the only tool that can make you demand, access your rights. So if you can't talk, then it's difficult for someone to talk for you. So you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I am introducing my colleague. She is called Chemusto Rebecca. She is the district councillor for Queen, representing women. What she likes sports. What she dislikes is to those people who are conducting FGM. What she has done to end FGM is to conduct community sensitization on issues which are affecting community members in Queen on FGM. Our expectation is at the end of this training, at least each and every person should be positive and able to raise and say, let's declare FGM free in our districts.
Yes,
Thank you,
let's
my colleague.
continue.
I'm introducing my colleague. He's called Lokok Michael. He's from Amda district. He likes fights violence against women and children. He dislikes practicing FGM, and one of the ways that he has done to stop FGM is by engaging people in community dialogues, forming theater groups, and his expectation by the end of the training is he needs an action plan from Action 8 on declaration of these FGM practices in our societies.
Let's go to the next group. Please sanitize. We have sanitizers on our tables. The next group, stand with your colleague. It's part of humility.
I'm Rotnale Stephen.
She should introduce you.
She's Cheptoek Prisca. She's from Kapchorwa.
What doesn't she like? Okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I want to introduce my colleague.
And he has already sat down. Oh, my brother.
He's called Stephen Lotonel from Carita. The most thing we like getting friends, we like
Yes.
games and sports,
Yes.
and he likes also church programs.
Great. What is his expectation?
His expectation.
What does he want to get from this gathering today as young people sit on the round table to make their voices heard?
To fight our FGM.
Okay, thank you. Next group.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I am not seeing your colleague.
Yes, my colleague's name is Chelangat Priscilla. She's the youth councillor, Queen District, and she doubles as the deputy speaker. What she likes is making new friends. Then I expect. Then what she has done to overcome FGM, more sensitization on the dangers of FGM. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My friend was almost sitting down again. I'm going to introduce my friend. He's called Chemonges Bismarck from Kapchorwa, and he's the young chairperson. He likes making friends, games and sports, and his expectation is acquiring knowledge on how to end FGM. Then what he has done, he has created awareness dangers of FGM. Thank you.
Thank you. The next group.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My friend is called Anyakun Evelyn. She's from Nakapiripirit. She likes making friends, and then she dislikes FGM. She expects to learn more from this session, and then and she expects more about teamwork. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name's friend is called Mascot Crew. She's from Kapchora. Her expectation is she likes making friends, loves for the adventure. Then what she dislike FGM, and she wants to learn or mobilize men to fight for against FGM. Thank you.
On that, my expectation was to learn more about mobilizing more young people to fight FGM. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here introducing my friend. She's called Aisu Priska from Nakakukurit. Priska here likes adventure. She likes making friends. She speaks for the voiceless, and above all, she likes teamwork. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As I introduce my friend, she's called Sheptoek Esther from Kapshora. But now she's a program officer for Wedon. I think those ones of Kapshora, you know it. And it is Women and Youth Development Network Uganda. So what my friends like, adventure, making friends, fighting for the rights for both girls and women, because she's also becoming a woman. Yes, to come all night now.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Increase energy as you speak like a young person who has just taken a good breakfast. Some of you are speaking shyly, and yet the campaign is deep rooted, it is cultural, and it requires a committed and strong voice. Yes, next.
My colleague give me stand.
Please. And speak with energy.
Actually, is Mandy David from Queen. What he has done is anti-FGM, social media bloggers, advocate, radio panelist, community outreaches, compare against FGM, married a lady, unmutilated, with the 3 children, refer cases of GBV and teenage pregnancies to Children Action Shelter, mediator, and then his expectations are new friends, statistics on current states of FGM in the world, new strategies in curbing FGM, and his likes are adventure, nice food, nice sleep, happy environment. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, comrades. David Monday. Thank you, Victor. His name is Toek Victor. Toek Victor is an activist. He hails from Kapchorwa East Division. Victor is a strong environmental advocate and a schools club coordinator at Environmental Conservation. Victor friends and other from other districts. He also likes a way forward about FGM. Victor's expectations: 1 is security, 2 is exercises or energizers, and Victor's expectation is says no to FGM. Victor says plant a tree and save the environment. Thank you so much.
Move the microphone to the next. Please, you keep sanitizing when you touch the microphone. COVID-19 is real. And please don't fear to take a jab. It is necessary part of us. Very soon, government is going to roll out. You may fail to enter a government facility if you've not been jabbed. So do not fear. The vaccines are safe and are being used globally.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Speak with energy.
I would like to introduce my friend. He is called Kirop Stanley from Amuda District, Alakasi Sub-County. What he likes interacting with new people, making new friends, and he's also expecting to be changed, to be changed from traditional way of thinking. Thank you.
That's nice.
Good morning, everyone. By the names, I'm called Crop Stanley.
Put the microphone on your mouse.
As said, I'm called Crop Stanley, and she's called Joyce Chemusto from Kwen District. What she has told me is she likes socializing. She really likes sports, and our expectations are the training should really change her, and she goes out there and help the community to also educate the girls who are coming up, because what she has told me is in Kwen District, Action Aid is seriously helping girl child through giving them scholarships. So she thinks that's one of the great ideas Action Aid is doing, and she's really happy about that. Thank you.
Thank you. You can pass the mic to the next group behind there. The lady behind there has no friend.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So allow me to introduce my colleague or my friend. It's called Chopoisho Jacqueline from Amuda Town Council. So she likes making funds, making new friends, fighting for violence against girls and women. And her expectations are educate people about dangers about of FGM.
Good morning, everyone. This is my friend. It's called Esther.
Please talk to the microphone. You can pull the mask down slightly.
I like to introduce my friend. It's called Esther. She is from Amuda District. The most thing she likes is to advise girls to stop FGM in Amuda.
Good morning.
My friend is Chekwemoy Rebila.
And she's done.
She's there. She's a youth counselor. She likes education. She dislikes practicing FGM. And what she has done, she has encouraged the young girls to go to school. Her expectation for the day is to know more about FGM.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. She likes working with the community, reading. Then she dislikes people who do not want to try and gossip. What she has done to stop FGM is she has created awareness on the dangers of FGM and her strategies that will completely end FGM.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I would like to introduce my friend. He's called Dennis. He comes from Nagapipirit. And what he likes meeting different people. And what he does not like is negative cultures like FGM, child marriage, post-marriage. What he has done sensitizing community against FGM and the expectations. He wants to know new things about FGM.
Yeah, my friend is called Chelimo Emily. She's from Amudat, specifically Amudat sub-county. And she says she likes reading. And she also says she doesn't like dancing.
She likes friends so much. She dislikes FGM and she's ready to eradicate FGM completely. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, fellow participants. I would like to introduce my friend here, Chelangat Evelyn.
Members, I'm called Dorcas Chepemoy, and I'm introducing my friend Joan Jemtai.
Continue.
These are expectations. She's from Bukwa, GPV activist. Her expectations are respect for one's opinions is permanent. Respect a woman for who she is. She likes making new friends and socialism. She likes working for the community, e.g. girls and women. She is always positive with life and always like to interact with positive friends.
Oh, thank you. Yes, okay. You have a friend or you don't have a friend? Oh, yes, great. Come closer to your friend. Don't be so distant. We appreciate each and everyone who has just come in. We are just on setting our climate. This is the climate setting. We need to know each other. Don't sit with a person who comes from your region. Look for new friends as part of engagement and getting new knowledge and skills on how we can end FGM.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
I'm sorry we came late, so I think we came with our colleagues.
and we didn't get time to interact with the fellow members. But I hope at the end of it all we shall change friends. So I'm going to introduce my friend here. She is called Chebet Juliet. She is from Bukwa district and she is an activist. First of all, she is thanking the Action Aid program for organizing this conference. The other thing she likes sports, and she also likes talking to young married women who got married at an early age to further their education. She also likes encouraging young girls not to love FGM. And then one of the expectations is she wants to know what commitments are we going to come up to end child marriages and stop mutilation of girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my friend Nasta. I'm going to introduce my friend who is called Chebet Nasta from Bukwa. She's an activist and as well as a business lady. She likes reading novels, making friends, motivating and encouraging people. She wants to make every girl know that education is of value and girl marriage is not an option to end poverty, as rural people in Bukwa think so. She has done marathon to end FGM, community sensitization. Thank you very much.
Okay, by the name Chepkui Esther from Queen. I'm a secretary of one of the groups, women groups of school dropouts. These are my expectations. In this conference, I expect to get new friends, expect to get new knowledge. This is what I dislike. I dislike violence against girls and women. I also dislike FGM and I fight against it because I'm also a woman. I'm a mother of 4 and I'm not yet mutilated. I like making friendship and I like getting knowledge from other people. Thank you.
Thank you. As we're seated, the DCDO Kapchorwa came in. Madam, you're welcome. You can introduce yourself. We are just, oh yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Me, I'm Japton. I'm from Nakapirpuri district. I like church programs and to get good friends. I dislike FGMs and to learn more about to fight FGM. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Harriet Aseko is my name, DCDO Captura. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, the team from the media, please let's introduce quickly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Nelson Mandela Mohoz from the East African. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Umar Suga from New Vision.
Welcome, Suga.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Bayam Shura Mahad, social media.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
Comme Jenny Delphine, social media.
Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Brighton Avaho, and I have come with a team social media, and I'm passionate about youth and women inclusion in the decision-making processes. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Maisha Linet from the social media team.
Thank you.
Good morning,
the
ladies
team
and
from
gentlemen.
Action Aid, yes, welcome.
My name is Shiba Namlindwa. I work with Action Aid Uganda.
Thank you, Shiba.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Godfred Wawelo. I also work with Action Aid in Finance.
Welcome, Godfred.
So, in case you are stuck, you need any money, this is the man. He has all your money.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Calendar Abigail. I'm working with Action Aid.
Thank you. The men with the cameras, we need to know you. For our participants to be free, please, this is a global event and media is part of us.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
My
morning.
name is Garanga Frank. I work with Action Aid.
You're welcome, Frank.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Herbert Calvin Okwi. I'm part of the media team.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My
Good
name is
morning.
Bokulu Abubeka and I'm part of the media team.
You're welcome. Yeah, we need to know you. Probably. So can we have some ground rules that
Morning.
will guide?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Kefa and I'm part of the machines. Thank you.
Thank you, Kefa. We want to have a few ground rules. Yes. We need silence in the house, please. Silence, okay. I don't know which silence you mean. Phones. There are people who are there are people having mini meetings. That can we talk slowly, slowly. Yes. Yes, let's speak one at a time. Yes. Let's respect each other's opinions. If they are correct, okay? A phone. Please, if you've misplaced your phone, please. Yes, yes. Yes, raise up your hand. To make a point. Yes. Time management. Yes. Audible. Be audible. Please. Movements. Reduce them. Okay. Phones on silent. So can we start with that one? And then I request, if you know this is your phone, please. You know, each of us know their phones and managing them. Like me, I can't manage this one. I don't know where to operate. The owner of this phone is not here. No, it's not a bomb. If it was a bomb, it would have exploded already. No, it is a phone. It's, you know, China has made for us everything. We shall put it behind there for safety. Okay. Our next item on the agenda is to share the objectives of this engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all aware that FGM is internationally recognized as a harmful practice and a violation of the rights of women and girls to their physical and bodily integrity and freedom from injury and coercion. The world over, as part of your expectations, some people want to know global statistics. Over 200 million girls and women have undergone FGM in more than 30 countries where the practice is concentrated. Of course, between now, an estimated 4 million girls are considered to be at risk of experiencing FGM each year, which is predicted to rise to 4.6 million per year, or total to 68 million girls by 2030, given the high population growth rates in countries where FGM is prevalent. This is a young people's engagement where we want to see increased engagement of civil society and young people with policymakers for elimination of FGM. This activity is happening with support of UNFPA and UNICEF, and there are about 8 objectives as to why we're here. 1, we want to highlight the contributions of young people towards eliminating FGM since the inception of the joint program. Number 2, we want to highlight and disseminate key achievements of phase 3 of the joint program, then present and seek input from young people on the draft proposals for phase 4 of the joint program between UNFPA and the government of Uganda. 5, discuss and clarify on the role of young people in the implementation of phase 4 of the joint program, and develop a common position of young people with regards to FGM, which will be presented to the African Union, regional economic commissions, donors, and other key stakeholders as the Dakar Declaration on FGM. Connect young people and their organizations, advocates, and activists working on FGM around the world through the establishment of a global FGM use consortium. Then we want to establish an inaugural executive of the Global Youth Consortium on FGM. Ladies and gentlemen, this activity is going to take us 3 days, and today is only day 1. Prepare. For those who are married, let your partners know, because we don't want you to go back home and become casualties of gender-based violence. You know, one way to demystify violence is through open communication and honest. Let your partner know where you are and exactly what you are doing. Of course, UNFPA country office in partnership with UNICEF and Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development will be organizing this roundtable chapter 3 days discussion with young people on the topic accelerating progress to eliminate female genital mutilation. Put young people first. And it is the reason majority of people in this house are young people. So young people, you need to raise to the occasion. Raise to the occasion such that we can break the silos. We shall have plenary roundtable discussions. We shall follow up the global discussions. We shall also have group work, stroke breakout rooms to develop actions that will inform the next joint programs of the government of Uganda and UNFPA. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the participant expectations were to know what FGM is exactly, and I have told you, and someone has asked that what is causing, why is FGM practiced? Ladies and gentlemen, FGM is a social issue, it is a cultural issue, it is deep-rooted, and therefore there is social pressure to conform to what others do to be accepted socially, and fear of not being rejected by the community. Of course, believe that it is part of raising a girl and a way to prepare her for adulthood and marriage. Believe that premarital virginity and marital fidelity is important, that to reduce women's libido, and it is believed to help her resist extramarital sexual affairs. But I want to ask, where is sex? Is sex in the organ or in the mindset of the person? Why do you blame the tool? The tool has no problem. Are you getting me? Can this thing just demand for sex? No. That it is believed that being cut increases marriageability, that believe that girls are clean and beautiful after removal of the body parts that are considered unclean, considered a cultural tradition. Some people are also copying these traditions. You know, I was very shocked. Sometimes young people, even in the social media, post very weird that this was our culture. We are proud. We are gallant Sabines. Who bewitched us? What happened? But honestly speaking, FGM is a bad practice. There are immediate complications, definitely. Severe pain, excessive bleeding, genital tissue swelling, fever, infections such as tetanus, urinary problems, wound healing problems, shock, death, injury to surrounding genital tissue. Social implications to the girl child. It promotes early marriage, frustration if you fail to be brave. Actually, when they are cutting and you cry, my friend, know that your marriageability has gone. HIV/AIDS spread if one knife is shared. It reduces the value of our girls. It lowers your dignity. It increases prostitution, especially among the cowards. They will run away. Then there are long-term complications. Urinary problems, painful urination, urinary tract infections, vaginal problems, discharge, itching, bacterial vaginosis, menstrual problems, painful menstruation, difficulty in passing menstrual. Some women have scar tissues and keloids. Then there are sexual problems. Honestly, there is pain during intercourse. And that is why our parents separated long time. They are 45 years of age, but they no longer share the beds because sex is no longer pleasurable for our mothers. Increased risk of childbirth complications, need for later surgeries. You've heard of fistula. There are women who struggle with fistula, psychological problems, depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, low self-esteem. And what should we do? Somebody was saying, what should we do? As young people, our voice should be heard, that we are not the ones procuring FGM. We need to increase advocacy. We need to build evidence. We need to strengthen response. We need to be referral systems. We need to snoops. Do you know when they say you are an intelligence officer? We need to be community intelligence workers to be able to figure out where FGM is likely to happen and report to the authorities. We need to engage cultural and religious leaders on alternative rites of passage. But of course, who is FGM practiced for anyway? I want to ask the Kalenjin men who are here, the Sabine and the Pokot. Why is FGM practiced in Pokot?
To my opinion,
I want him to speak like a Pokot. Who is FGM practiced for? Is it for the benefit of women?
yeah, I think it's for both.
How?
Because to me, I think the way I was brought up, the way I had the stories, though nowadays there is some ladies, I had the stories some time back, and they were telling me FGM was mainly done to help the mothers when conceiving. They should not feel anything, and then to also reduce the libido, so that long ago when our grandfathers used to go for raids, like someone can take over a month, or when they're shifting the cows, something like that. So
yes, there is a hand up. Yes. Okay. They were having sex where they were hunting.
okay, I'm trying to bring my opinion to my culture. So
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Please, we are ending there. Yes, yes.
So
Thank you, thank you.
Why I'm saying it helps both, because the men thought that when they leave their women at home, they could find when the women have been taken by other men.
You can't. So can we stop there? Yes, I'm going to give only two people one chance. Actually, for me, I also come from the Kalenjin community. I know FGM was practiced selfishly. Yes. Why didn't men cut off their glands? Cut off the front part of your penis as you are going for hunting? Why do you cut off the one for the women? So it means it was selfish. Yes.
Yeah, in the area where I come from, FGM was practiced to benefit men. One, men treated us women as their property. From the look of things, when they started paying dowry, they feel that they had bought us and they would use us the way they would decide. And when they thought that they were going for hunting and wars, they were reducing our libido, there was no science in them to find out where actual sex comes from. They didn't know it was from the mind. And then naturally, in our customs, men are very oppressive because it goes beyond even FGM. They don't allow us to eat chicken. They would not allow us eat eggs. They would not allow us eat the liver. They would not allow us eat the heart. They took all the nutritious things for themselves and they would design the best things for themselves. So
Actually, to make it worse, whenever meat is cooked, men serve the meat. But if it is greens, they don't want to serve greens.
Just to add on what Mama said, FGM was practiced as an initiation rite. If you are mutilated, you are considered an adult. But when you are not mutilated, you are not an adult, you are still a girl.
And so it led to early child marriages.
Yes.
You see, it was detrimental. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to continue with that debate. We were just answering. So, our next chapter is, we have here DCDOs from 4 districts. We have the first DCDO to arrive was from Amudat district. The next one was from Nakapiripirit, Kwen, and Kapchorwa. For fairness, we want to give you each 5 minutes to tell us what you are doing in your district. Because here we also have young politicians, a young politician will open officially this meeting for us. The law is very clear, isn't it? Where there is a politician, the politician takes the precedence. It is in Uganda, when it is protocol. Yes, protocol. It is protocol. So, protocol has it that if the Prime Minister is here, the Minister cannot speak. He will just invite the Prime Minister to speak. Yes. So, we have young politicians, and this is a global platform for young people. So, where do we start from? The DCDO who is ready, please, the platform is yours. We will start from Nakaps, followed by Amudat, and then we want to give you equal chance for also the young people to see you and know where they should work with.
Yeah, all protocol observed. As said, my name is Dennis Athio. I come from Nakapipret. I am a district community development officer. I want to welcome all of us, especially the young persons, because as you are aware about our department, we deal with different categories of people and we put young persons at our heart. We deal with youth, women, elderly, and disabled persons. As far as FGM is concerned, you're all aware that the Sabine, the Pokot, and the Kalenjin, plus the Karimojong practice FGM. In terms of what we've done as a district, especially in Nakapipret, we've engaged the young persons and other different stakeholders on community dialogues. We have had situations where we dialogue with the youth, young persons. We've dialogued with mothers, and we call them the grandmothers, and that is why we introduced the grandmother approach, where we use the grandmothers, the so-called the retired surgeons, to go and talk to young persons about the effect of FGM and to see a way that FGM can be abandoned. We've done that as a district. And then we've had consensus buildings. Consensus buildings means you've gone to sensitize the people, different categories. You've sensitized the youth, you've sensitized the women, the men, and once they have perceived the idea that it is relevant to abandon the practice, then we go and convince them. It's like being in church, you talk, but at the end of the day, those who are willing to say, I am ready to live, you go ahead and utilize them. And that is what we've done in consensus building. Then we've also gone on declarations. We have people who have said no to FGM. We have leadership that have made commitments to say we want to eradicate FGM. We make a commitment through signing. They sign a declaration and say, for me as Dennis, I know the dangers of FGM. I've gone through FGM. I've seen girls being cut. And I want to declare that today, I want to stop the practice and I'll be at the forefront of abandoning the practice. And that is why we agree to sign a commitment that come today onwards, come 5 years to go, 10 years to go, I want to declare myself and say, I'm not going to continue with the FGM practice, and I will ensure that it's being eradicated. That is what we've done, and we also ensure that at least young persons are involved in declaring they've seen the dangers of FGM. We had our colleague here, Chelimo, saying that I have talked to young persons. Through her talking, she has committed herself that I want to avoid the practice. Then the other thing we've also done is we've created sports for anti-FGM. We know there are many approaches you can use to eradicate FGM. You can use, like, for example, the media, but for these women are supposed to stay until they come back. They even got to the extent of taking 2 years. That's because they don't want these women to encroach on elsewhere. So they have to do the practice, and we've had to ensure that we've trained them. Then the other thing is we have engaged the media campaign, and I'm happy that the media is here. We've had a lot of radio talk shows, and even during the time of COVID like this, we do public address where we mount an address system in a car, and then it moves around to communicate the message about FGM. We've done that. And then finally, we've had livelihood support. You're aware that these people who practice FGM, they feel that FGM is a source of livelihood. That if I cut, someone will give me a chicken, someone will give me harvest from the gardens, but you've deprived him from that, him or her from that. So what we do is, in order to cool that person, we say, okay, we have government programs like NOSAV, like Emioga, like Youth Livelihood, like WEP. We say, let's identify the surgeons in courts who have surrendered their tools against FGM. We call them and we empower them through income generating activities. And at the end of the day, they're able to say, for me, I am abandoning the practice. And at the end of the day, the message reaches elsewhere. They will say, if I leave the practice, the government is there, the partners are there to provide me livelihood support. Otherwise, because of the limited time, that is what I've had to say. Thank you.
Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you, Nakaps. Next is Amuda District. We need the second microphone quickly. It's there. Come here. It's nice to stand here for good pictorials.
Yeah, thank you very much. Once again, I'm Kolongo Michael. I am the acting district community development officer, substantively senior probation and social welfare officer. Amuda. Yeah, first of all, I wanted to thank the Action Aid and UNFPA for organizing for such a meeting. Because actually, when you get different youth and different actors who fight against violence against children and women, sit together, they discuss issues because our issues are different. Even if we practice the same practices, but issues that come from different districts are different. And the way sometimes when we share information like this one, we can be able also conducted community-to-community outreaches or dialogues. So when we say community-to-community, we move from village B to village C and have community dialogue. We dialogue on issues of violence against children and issues of GBV. And then we allow the community members to speak for themselves because within the community settings, there are opinion leaders, we have the crowd leaders, we have the local leaders, the LOC1, the LOC2, and then the women councils. Those are the people who give us what is happening in their place, and they will inform us what to do because we ask them to give us, if we want to end FGM, what are you people supposed to tell us so that at least we implement as you and the government? That's through community dialogues. So we also conduct consensus building because consensus building, first of all, comes before declaration because it is them to accept that for us, community A or community B, we are no longer practicing FGM, we are no longer fighting, we are no longer doing ABCD. By the time when they accept now, they consent to it by signing and declaring, writing a sheet that me, so and so, an elder, opinion leader, the religious leader, the crowd leader signs that these are the things that we are doing. Another activity that we did was dialogue with boys and girls in and out of school. Yeah, we are bringing these people together in order to dialogue because for girls and boys who have ever gone to school, they know the disadvantages of FGM, the advantages of going to school. We bring them together so that they dialogue and then they encourage also their fellow youth to also come and enroll in schools. And that's why we segregate them according to ages. We give them from age 10 to 13, 13 to 14, 16 to 17. Those are the ages that we always dialogue with them. We also respond, rescue, and follow up of cases. Like for example, these girls here who are here, these are our girls that we managed to rescue them. These ones are survivors of, some of them were survivors of FGM, some of them were survivors of forced marriages, but where they have reached right now, 3/4 of them are now senior 5, 6, 4. So, and we rescued them. That's why we are saying we responded, we rescued, and then we are still following. That's why when I got the
Can we applaud that? That's a great job.
So when I was asked that we need youth, that's why I brought them because they are the first people that we always use them as our example. We still have many, but at least we have managed to pick at least 2 boys and 3 girls. So these girls are the ones that we are proud of. We have also empowered, actually, our girls. That's why I say that the ones who are now handling skills development, they know now how to make the tablecloths. Even if you go right now to Kalas Girls, you will go and buy. Next time you come there, you buy a very good cloth, and then these bags, handbags. Even it was bought by those European Union guys. They bought it at 150,000 cash. So those are some of the things. We also conducted radio talk shows, but our radio talk shows mainly we conduct them in Kenya. The one that is in appropriate heritage sometimes does not cover the whole of Amuda. Sometimes we go to the Kenyan radio that covers the whole of Amuda and Morita side. And then we're also using what we call the role models, because we have the parents who are the role models. Like them, whenever we are going for any activity, community dialogue, we have at least to take one or two that can speak in front of the community boldly. And that is one of the girls whom we have been taking her for several occasions, because at least she's doing very well even at school. And even State Top Foundation is proud of her because she's saying that I must become a doctor. So those are some of the things that we wanted. And then we also recruited and trained the social welfare officers and then the parasocial workers. These parasocial workers are our people who are staying with the village, LOC ones. They deal work with the LOC1 care person. Any case that they are reported, they have to enter in the records, and then they inform us. They are first informers to inform us that something has happened in this village. We have also supported our girls, those who never went to school, but they said we have never gone for an FGM. We have 18 groups whom we have even supported. The Office of the Prime Minister has even given each girl 30 iron sheets. There are 18 in number. So you see now, and those are the girls who came voluntarily from the community that we are no longer going for FGM. Yeah, I think that are some of the activities that we are managed to, I was able to handle, but we still have many. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Give them a round of applause. Kapchorwa District. Welcome, Madam Harriet. And you will help us welcome one politician to officially open, a young politician.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Good morning.
Like I said, my name is Harriet Aseko, the District Community Development Officer, Kapchorwa District Local Government. Most of what my colleagues have spoken is more or less the same. We do cross-cutting issues. We are funded by same partners, so our activities are more or less the same, but however, I will mention a few. We had community dialogues with boys and girls in different parishes in our hotspot sub-counties. That is Kaptanya, Kapsinda, West Division, and of course, we concentrate in parishes and villages where FGM is prevalent. FGM in Kapchorwa is not in all sub-counties. It's mainly in sub-counties that are remote, have poor access facilities, no health centers, no schools, poor road network. And then after the training after having the dialogues of boys and girls, we went ahead to train their parents, the different parents in those different localities, because we realized that it's the parents who also do not take the responsibility to ensure that their girls and boys go to school. So we trained the parents to ensure that they keep their girls and boys at school, and if they are not at school, they are doing something constructive. We also went ahead to train parasocial workers. For us, we trained a number of 165. These were mainly meant to help us do surveillance, report cases of FGM, gender-based violence, early child marriage, and GBV in general. We also had an engagement with the young mothers, vulnerable young girls who have fallen out of school, who have given birth, young grandmothers, young mothers, and should I say small babies. So we took them into different kinds of skills, how to knit, give them life skills for maybe 3 days. It wasn't adequate, but we believe it did something. We have also had engagement with all stakeholders in terms of coordination as a district. We're coordinating office, we coordinate all partners in the district. Therefore, we also had coordination meetings to ensure that partners do not duplicate resources and also duplicate activities. We also had media engagements on radio, where we had different hotspot messages. We also had different stakeholders speaking on radio on issues of FGM, early child marriage, GBV, many other issues. Because we also use media as a way of integrating other issues that we do not have support for to pass on the information. I think that is what I can mention for now. Thank you very much. So it's now my humble pleasure and honor to invite Faith. Is she Faith?
Yes.
To come and officially open the meeting.
The district councillor from Buku.
Oh, yes, Irene. Yes, Irene, you're most welcome to address the youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Harriet. Let's give the DCDOs a round of applause.
Thank you very much for listening. Once more, my name is Jebet Irene. I'm the Secretary General for Bukwa District. Much of this, before I open, I must also say something little about Bukwa. I thank God that for us here we are working as a team. I have heard of the DCDO from Amuda, Nakapiripirit. They are speaking of the same words which is taking place there in Bukwa. Otherwise, I wanted to add, because we are from border, for us in Bukwa, we conducted a cross-border meeting. Because for us, most of the surgeons are the Pokots who come from across Kenya. That's why we conducted a cross-border meeting and sensitized those surgeons. But as per now, they are no longer disturbing our girls. And that is a great job. Secondly, we conducted youth skills, e.g., tailoring, hairdressing, bakery, and cookery across the Riwa and Swam. Most of you who have not come to Bukwa, Swam is at the border, and Riwa is also at the end border of Uganda and Kenya. So we have managed to rescue most of the girls. As per now, if we are here, but they are now girls who have changed completely. And as we talk, they have obtained their jobs. Now some of them are making clothes, others are braiding hairs, and they earn, and they have now a changed living. Sadly, we managed to work closely with the activists in Bukwa and managed to enable young girls to train in parts making. Most of you here, you are ladies, you know the work of the part. And we have reduced some, we have managed to reduce some girls who are just idle. They are now working and they are earning their living in Korte sub-county. Then lastly, we managed to have a road marathon between Jaquesta, Riwa, and Korte hotspots areas, and also advocacy programs. Otherwise, I added those few on top of the others which my friends have talked of. Otherwise, Now here, I take this opportunity to thank God so much for bringing us from far up to here in Bali. And I thank also the partner who managed to welcome us to be here. I know very well from last week I never knew that I will be here in Bali today. But through much efforts for the partner, we thank you so much for inviting us to be here. Without wasting time, for me, I want to learn more, which I will take to my district. I don't want to waste my time, but I would like to take this opportunity to officially open the meeting officially. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Can we still give another round of applause? But I want also to request councillors present with us who are young people, raise up, and we know you. If you are a district councillor and you are a young person, please raise up. Tell us your name. Yes. We will start from behind. Let me bring the mic. Yes, and your position.
Okay. I'm called Jalangat Priscilla from Benin Town Council, that is Queen District, and representing the young people. I'm the District Female Youth Council of Queen District, and as well as the Deputy Speaker of Queen District.
Thank you.
Good morning, members, once again. I'm Chemusto Rebecca, District Woman Council representing Kaptoi Sub-County.
Thank you.
I'm also a member of the Women and Youth Development Network, Kapchorwa.
Clap for them, please.
I am Rispa Cheptoek, Female Councillor District, Kapchorwa District. I come from East Division, Kapchorwa Municipality.
Clap for them. We are happy the young people are taking up platforms to engage. Abigail, I want to give you a platform for a short while because we're only remaining with 15 minutes to be part of the global campaign.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kalenda Abigail. I just wanted to do some clarity regarding the payments. Am I audible enough?
Use the microphone, Abigail.
Okay, we are going to be passing around 2 lists for Karamoja and Sebei. Then for the media team, I'll be passing around personally. But I'm advising those who have Airtel, please use Airtel in these mobile money payment forms. There's a part for your name, then the phone number, expected amount, then is it registered in your name, yes or no? So if it's not registered in your name, you'll come to me for another form. That is a form of consent that the money should be sent on that line, even if it's in another person's name. So I'm going to pass around the list. I've already put a sample of how much each region is supposed to get for Karamoja and Sebei. So in
Okay, thank you, Shiba. Okay, I want to invite Shiba to talk to us in 5 minutes. Then we have an energizer as we wait to join the global platform.
Thank you, Abby. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to Dakar, Senegal. Right now, we are about to land in Senegal. We are on a plane. Please get ready to land, okay? This is a global youth roundtable discussion. You see the way we are seated there? It's sort of roundtable. So we are going to have a roundtable discussion with the colleagues in Senegal. In Uganda, we managed to send 2 ladies. There was Maseyego and Gloria Chelangat. I think you know both of them. They have already landed in Senegal. They are seated in that room. We are supposed to have breakout sessions where countries or regions, we could be under East Africa, that's Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, and we shall be having those breakout sessions, and we are supposed to help those 6 young people. From East Africa, they only selected 6. So in Kenya, there is a similar meeting. In Tanzania, there is a similar meeting, and other 50 countries. So we are over thousands of young people in Senegal, okay? So it's a mixture of virtual and physical meetings. For those of you that have smartphones, please tweet, go on Facebook. I don't know what you call it on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook, but send the messages, quote people's remarks, and make sure we make known this event. We expect something from this meeting, and we call that an action plan. The UNICEF, UNFP Global Joint Program is ending in December, the one that is ending, eliminating FGM. But we all know that by December, FGM will still be there. Sindio? FGM will still be in Amdat, FGM will still be in Kwen, FGM will still be in Nakapiripiriti, in Moroto, and in Bukwo. So UNICEF and UNFPA are going to give us another phase. We need to clap for them. And the purpose of this meeting is to consult with you, okay? We are in a consultation meeting with young people. Other people will also get their platform. The purpose why we invited our leaders here today from the district is to ensure that they pick on to some of the actions and commitments we are going to make as young people, so that when they reach in those meetings, their spaces, they are able to supplement what we've discussed as young people. So your voice here today, you are representing all the youth from the FGM practicing districts. And whatever you are going to say that should be done is what UNICEF and UNFPA is going to include in the next phase. A phase takes 5 years. So this meeting is very important, that we have to come up with a short paper on our key commitments by young people, and the question would be, how can young people be engaged in the interventions and engagements in the elimination of FGM? So please speak for your districts. I'm glad that all that 6 districts where FGM is practiced are represented. We'll even go to the smallest units to ensure that each district has its own action plan, because each one of us has its own uniqueness. I think Moroto on Amdat is one of the highest, with the highest percentages. So some districts need rescue centers, others don't. So you see that we all have different needs, and we are all at different levels when it comes to elimination of FGM. So I hope whoever selected you saw a lot of potential in you. You are representing the rest of the young people in your district. So I want to welcome you to Dakar as they make their declaration on day 3 on Friday. We are going to make a Uganda's declaration to end what? To end what? To end what? And we hope that by the end of phase 4, we would have finished this thing called mutilation. Are we together? So we are going to make our own Uganda's declaration, and as we start work in January, we will see that we are proud we made a contribution and input in this phase. So I want to thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful 3-day stay here. For those of you who are young, please make sure you don't go in the bar after 7. Just buy and drink from your room. Otherwise, if you go to the bar, you'll be doing it at your risk. The other thing that I want to communicate is that there is a time difference between Uganda and Senegal. In Senegal, right now it's 8:20 in the morning. So we are 3 hours ahead. Meaning the event is supposed to start at 8:30 in Senegal, but here it will be starting at 11:30. So we changed our program. In the morning we shall be having breakfast, because for them when they are going for break tea, for us we shall be going for lunch around 1:30 to 2:30. When they are going for lunch, for us we are supposed to be having dinner because we are ahead of them. Okay? So please kindly make sure you're always early. Eat your breakfast from 8 to 10. Breakfast closes at 10. If you miss out, that will be at your own risk. So I want to thank you very much. My name is Shiba Namulindwa. I work as a cluster coordinator. I sit in Kapchora for ActionAid Uganda. You're all welcome.
Thank you, Shiba. Thank you. That is our host. Please take cognizance of the time. And we shall be having team building activities. When we come early and have breakfast, we shall engage. We need to be physically fit. Tomorrow, don't put on the female shoes. Come in the comfortable canvases, and we do some exercises as we enjoy the eastern region city of Mbale. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 4 minutes to 11:30, and I think we can raise up and do an energizer a little bit. Get out of the comfort of your chairs. Who is very kind to give us an energizer? Monday David, give us the one of climbing the mountains. You know, Monday David comes from Kwen district, the only sub-county that borders Mount Elgon, isn't it? So how do you race when those who are guys come?
Thank you so much, Festo. Indeed, I come from a mountainous area. Like many of you, you've interacted with the mountains. And so, in about a minute, we will do that energizer. Basically, from where you are, make sure you get some space. And what we will do is, you've been at a comfort zone. And so, we want to get the stretch zone. In stretch zone, in whatever means, probably we will start by raising our hands, both hands up, and then try to call the birds in air. Please stretch your hand. Make sure you feel some stretch. And count up to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Turn to your left, okay? Your left. And then call the birds 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The right 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wherever you are, okay? Relax, stretch 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. To the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much. I was at the talk, Wakakai, just 2 days ago, the highest peak of Mount Elgon at 4,321 meters above the sea level. We walked to and fro. You too can conquer. I made, you can make. Let's get it seated. Thank you.
Right, you see the energizer from the mountain? I saw some people staggering, some people, and yet I saw their young people, their feet. Now me, I was not struggling. At least me, I'm above 40, so I was not, you see, I was just relaxing. But I saw some guys that were about to go down. Please, that's why we need some exercises these 3 days to keep us stronger. Yes, yes, yes. Are we about? I think Senegal time has reached. It's only 1 minute. Unless my watch is wrong. Yes. It is, it had been written. Yes, it is hashtag use and FGM, hash put young people first. You can tag ActionAid, tag UNFPA, tag UNICEF Uganda, tag even your friends. Yes. Or you want Wi-Fi? We can do it in a very short time. Don't worry, we are going to share the Wi-Fi. But remember, Wi-Fi also has a lot of viruses. Yes. Now you've shared the codes, the rest of the team are asking for codes this way. Okay. But we can also write on the Philip chart. No. each gadget its own Wi-Fi. Okay. Probably as we wait for Senegal, we can engage. Isn't it? I want you to be thinking at the back of your mind that the next joint program, what should they do if the young people should be involved or should get involved in the campaign to end FGM? And what should be done differently if we are to eliminate this inhuman, degrading cultural practice that our forefathers cherished, and even some few people still cherish it to this moment. As for me, I am against FGM. Totally. I have no relationship with it. It's a bad practice. And I'm happy my father didn't subject my sisters to this practice. Instead, he gave them education. Yeah, and gave them the decision to take care of their lives. So we should be thinking about it. And we need to be thinking about our contribution towards the discussions that are going to happen in the global platform. And when time arises, we shall break up in our small groups of our districts, of our, even our sub-counties, to be able to know what works best in your localities. I call upon you to bring back your thoughts to this meeting. Don't feel the comfort of Mbale. Appreciate the challenges that are in Mbale. I know we are lucky there was some rain last night. The heat was not too tough. But if it doesn't rain today, the heat can be there. But this is Uganda. It's the Pearl of Africa. Actually, those who are in Senegal are experiencing more heat than even the heat in Karamoja. Generally, West Africa is very hot. I have personally been to 7 countries in West Africa, and Senegal is one of the worst when it comes to heat, but also food. There is only one menu, rice. If you think of chapati, that is accessible in all corners of Uganda. In the rest of the world, chapati is rare. I went one time to Harare, and I was only eating posho and Irish potatoes. Then the only pastries that were available were bread, cakes, and I asked for chapati. I was told it is prepared 25 kilometers from the city. There were some Kenyans in another small locality. They were using dollar, it was $20 to eat a chapati. So it was very expensive. And so, as you despise the Pearl of Africa, it is a better place than the rest of Africa. I have been to Tanzania. There is no matoke. So if you think the matoke in Uganda is bad, go and try the one of Tanzania. It is the size of this finger. It is dry. Who has taken pilipili in milk tea? Yes. It is taken in the rest of the world. Probably because of limited livestock. So they also put pilipili in tea, pilipili in all food, that you need to only take little and take plenty of water and you are satisfied. So the Pearl of Africa, the man who named it, saw it. It experiences all climatic conditions and still plant and animal life can thrive in the Pearl of Africa. So don't underestimate our Pearl. We need to make it a better place, chase away bad cultural practices, promote inclusion of women and girls, let them participate in economic development, let women be women and let the girls be girls. Give them opportunities. The men who are inside here, please be change agents in your communities, in your families. You can't speak of ending bad cultural practices of FGM, GBV, all that without changing our mindset as men and boys. Because our boys, we are the role models for our boys. The men, you are the role models. If you come home every day violent, your son will also grow violent, knowing that this is part of life. So yes, the platform is about set. Probably I want to give, among the females, who is interested to tell us a good story about withstanding all the challenges and making it successful in life. There was a champion who spoke about organizing races to end bad cultural practices. It was you. Tell us your story. Yes. We are creating our Dakar here first as we go to the Zoom. Come closer. This is an opportunity for you. Women, speak up for yourselves. If you keep quiet, the men will speak for you. Come, come, come. It is you. This is a community forum. Your story.
I think it is still good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the audience. I know everyone is interested to maybe hear my story. It's a story of Buko and a story also of Action Aid Plus activists of Buko. I know we have had a challenge in getting the commitments of how to end FGM. I was just seated down there. I've been thinking. I was just taking my and we can end this practice. Evil. I know the people who are so evil. I cannot tell, but once I remember when I was in allow this practice to go on, then that's when we shall shut up our lips. But if we want it to end, everyone has to open up. We really have to think out. I know we have had in Bukwa they have been doing these talks of how are you going to end, and then they identified one of the reasons or one of the solutions to end this. It was about maybe identifying you of passing such rights. If long ago they were like, if you're 18 years, you're circumcised to get married. Is that not something else we can do? Can't we conduct maybe a celebration? I was seated there. I was like, can't we identify like maybe twice in a year? We can identify those girls who are above 18 years, and then maybe we conduct a celebration. They put on some attire, and then maybe they're given presents, gifts, or maybe they're taken just for a one-day out tour somewhere, such that it can be a voice to other people. I don't know. I'm still thinking. But I know at the end of it all, we shall come up with that. With one of the other reasons how we are going to end FGM. Thank you.
No longer go to school, and so they will opt for this. And so if we do this marathon, if we keep on doing, we make them busy, and I think they will stop this fight. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Mande David, a chairperson for Activista in Queen, but I've also been a women rights activist for the last 10 years. I am married to a graduate like many of you.
she is not mutilated. And what have we done to save the girls? I won't start from the recent. As I was coming this side yesterday evening, a call comes from Chesaware in Bukwa district, just as pass up count as you get to Bukwa, eastwards. There are these 3 young girls who left home in my home area and went for cheo, some small contracts. And their life is they are messing up. So the neighbor was calling to alert me if their parents can go and pick them. Few days ago, they are the same girls who were married and deserted the same marriages, teenage or early child marriages. I think I immediately called my wife to walk this morning to their parents and alert them to go and rescue. Probably they need to be tested for HIV because where they were, life is not good. I don't know what could have gone on. They should test for early pregnancy and then actionate at Pinin Shelter. We'll see a way of probably giving a social psychology or support something. But what have we been doing? Number one, we've done community outreaches like many of the DCDOs mentioned, but particularly going to these homesteads. There is a lady who not every day she offer wants to be mutilated. But I've visited her about 17 times trying to counsel her, Mama Enos, this thing is not good. You look at my sister Juliet, they say way she has lost weight, they say way she's not living a happy life, they say way she has got misunderstanding with the husband because I think there is some misunderstanding with the husband. Something needs to be done by medical officers. Yes, I am speaking this. This is the
Say it
elder
again.
sister that I follow. She was mutilated in 2006, I think. Yeah. And probably
Sebastian, are you on?
the situation because every day her health is deteriorating.
Hello, Sebastian, we can't hear you.
As young people, we've had so many arrangements. And one of the activity we did was
Yeah, I think we have lost Sebastian.
almost 3 million.
The Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, thank you very much for attending this meeting. It is our hope that in the near future we shall meet physically and then have a more interactive.
If you don't know your way, there's no way you're going to know the answer.
If you don't think, yes, there's no way you're going to.
He will approach you to give you money in exchange of sex. Now that they are at home for almost 2 years,
So you should
they
know.
no longer receive the pocket money that their parents used to
You
give.
don't know.
They no longer receive the free sanitary pads that schools can give. Yes, they are also vulnerable to all these predators around the community. We tested the idea, it worked out amazingly. Girls were happy.
Not related to what but you heard Pule. Which one? It's only when you're now in where they might say Johnson name but in this stage for one, they'll only say one thing out of all the pictures. So you have to know you have to know what's this, what's this, what's this, what's this. Then you listen, which one do they say Pule?
We sell it at the giveaway price. The young girls really run away from
you might say maybe
sometimes individuals available opportunities. Yeah, guide them up.
Like I said, at this stage,
Yeah, it was really an eye-opener. Thank you so much.
Only give up female genital mutilation because of the so many negative connotations that has been mentioned. It is working out. On a very positive note, COSIR that resurrected female genital mutilation in 2019. And when we intervene with a lot of media campaigns, blogging, approaching Slivia, their parents, their neighbors, all these mentors, all these cutters, as of 2020, they have not. The practice stopped. Apart from one lady, her name is Juliet Jekwel. She was going to give birth at Kogokchemwati Homestead. This is a traditional birth attendant. Unfortunately, she was mutilated. She consented herself. And then I could hear neighbors murmuring, you know what, Juliet, she has finished the thing, eh? Why? Where this happened? Deep remote in the village, very hard to access. And that tells me this FGM is still ongoing, secretly or silently. At the end of this meeting, I think we need to develop a better measure of how we will handle these traditional pass attendants. Yes, health services are far away from them. We need to factor in something of that kind. The district has been taking lead in this. The DCDOs, probation officer, we've been in the lead of this. When has changed? The only threat was cross-border thing, eh? In Karita, Amudat, somewhere, you see Riwo. Okay, now that the friends from Amudat are here, we will all come up to workable ideas. But the promises, the practice seem to be coming down. But I can't guarantee anything because it looks like spiritual thing. It flows in the blood of the people. We've trained, male champions, and also young people per sub-county. We have structures to parish level to village level. We have different WhatsApp groups, Twitter, whatever. I am in a platform of men and FGM network in East Africa. Few days ago, we were listening to politicians, President Uhuru Kenyatta, President from Senegal, President from Djibouti, something from Ethiopia, something from Somalia. They make very strong commitments. I think Minister Peace Mutuso, she's taking lead in Uganda, but the Ugandan top leadership seem to be silent about it. We have ministers, they don't talk about this thing. We have some of the local leaders, LCC chairperson, district councillors. In most cases, they speak in Pario, they raise so many things. It's very rare to mention something about FGM and GBV and teenage pregnancy and so on. They're our next target. They must speak about it. Anti-FGM Act was very well, but I think it was abused. How could the legal officers, the magistrates in the courts of Kapchorwa ask for evidence, produce an evidence, and the evidence was, can you produce a clitoris? Then we see it. Mama? Evidence was needed. And so the perpetrators were released. There is weakness in the law. Yes. No, yes. Clitoris. So they could have picked and kept the thing somewhere. I have no idea how that could be preserved. Thank you so much.
The evidence that is always required is just medical examination by a medical personnel. Not just you are not just going to go and say that, you see, this happened when you have not proved. If there is such an allegation, then you are required to visit a medical practitioner. You get that examination that you present to court. Unless you present it to court, then you lose the matter. It is, I think what he actually talked about the issue of the anti-FGM Act. I think the issue has been in its implementation, which we really need to talk about, which our leaders must talk about. Because I think she actually talked about the fact that some of our leaders are reluctant to talk about these things, yet they're very important. If we get to have our members of parliament raise these very pertinent issues, not only in our communities, but in all platforms where they are, then probably we're going to get that intervention that we need. Even the judges, the judicial officers are going to have an interest on what really happens. Thank you.
Actually, can I say something there? Ladies and gentlemen, our court system is a very difficult one. Remember that majority of the chief magistrates are men. Are you getting me? From the patriarchal society. Even a case of defilement, a chief magistrate can knock out a case by asking a very weird question, asking the girl how she slept when they were having sex with that person. Definitely that alone, in an open court, can affect evidence collection. So there is a lot of advocacy we need to do when it comes to changing mindsets of the judicial officers, but also cases die at police. When they are collecting evidence, are you getting me? The police can connive with perpetrators, and they even don't inform the parents of the girl who has been defiled of the deaths when this person is supposed to be brought to court. And that person missing court 2 or 3 times, the chief magistrate says, the parents have lost interest in this case, and the case is dismissed. Are you seeing? I want to tell you my story that as an individual, as part of my own collective effort to support young girls. There are girls I've met in the communities. I met 3 girls. One was from Chesawer, another was in Kaptoy, and another one was from Binyin. Their parents told them that for you to mature, you need to undergo FGM. Because they only demanded that because they were not going to school, they were child mothers, they needed them to support them to get skills. But the parents used FGM as a tool to deter them from asking for fees. Individually, I have paid 1.2 million for those 3 girls to be skilled by local tailors within their communities. And I have started. I'm now looking for money to buy for each of them a tailoring machine. And now their minds have changed. They no longer think of FGM. Because where they were trained from, I requested those women to accommodate them, continue doing the work, and pay them some little money to sustain them as I look for money to buy 3 tailoring machines for them. Even us individually, if you are touched in your heart, some of these girls come from very needy households, that sometimes the parents use that as defense to shut up their daughters, as defense to tell them to get married off. We need to support these girls, not only waiting for government or civil society organizations. There is that heart you have. Give back to your communities if you are born again, and you help them derive some life.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. I would like to share an experience. I sit with the judge in the High Court, but the first experience I gotten, we wanted to defend people in cases of aggravated defilement, rape,
murder, and to name. But do you know, the people who let us down are the victims. One, there were no witnesses, and many cases were dismissed. And then the other thing I discovered was we don't have what is called witness protection. People who are there, when they see an issue happening, they fear to come and testify in court because they are worried of their lives. What happens when I leave court after testifying? Will I be safe? So we have a challenge of witness protection. That is why many cases die in high courts. And then the other thing, you can't blame the lawyers. You can't blame the judges. They are doing their work. They have been trained. You know you cannot be proved guilty until the case has been heard, until the evidence has been given, until you have been proven. So I have an issue that we really need to sensitize our community. Our people don't have confidence. I remember a man who came, his wife was killed by some men. And because he was paid, you know, we have a local arrangement in our place where if this clan kills this clan, there is a local compensation that is done. The man was compensated, and after being compensated, he reached High Court. He was asked, tell us what happened on such and such a day. The lawyers were there. And the man said, I have never seen this accused person. I even don't know him. And we were wondering, his wife has been killed, and the accused has been produced, and he's like, I don't know. I've never seen this guy. When we inquired, we discovered that he had been compensated. So as long as the issue of compensation is still taking place, it will be very hard to prove some of the cases in High Court. And then the other thing that the CDO brought forward, I remember in '88 we were supposed to be mutilated. We were the first survivors in the region, in our area. But we would run to the urban centers and hide ourselves. Today you can speak about FGM, but those days you would not sit like this and speak. People would stone you. So in '88 we would run to the town, hide. When that calendar year is gone, we go back to the village. '90 it was terrible. '86 it was terrible. But what has liberated us is education and salvation. What I think we need most now is we need to plant churches, especially in the sub-counties we are talking about. We discovered there are no churches. We discovered that there are no schools. So we are living very ideal things. We need schools in those regions. We need churches in those regions to liberate this woman. The other thing that resurrected in 2018, I cried. I was in school. Friends came and told me, Evelyn, do you know what has happened in Queen? Women of my size were running for the practice. I said, what happened? The thing had gone down. But we have two things. One called the Persiban. The people from Kapchoro know this. You cannot get a Persiban unless you have gone through it. And it is my age mates now that are circumcising their sons. You cannot dance unless you have not been circumcised. So in 2018, one of the parishes, that is Kapchesombe, what they did, women of my size that had not gone through the practice, they tied sinendet on the left hand. You know that local plan. And because men wanted to dance, they lacked women. And you know, a dance will never be interesting unless the two partners are together. Unless a man is there and a woman. So when men were dancing, the sons had been cut, but the women were not there. So what did they agree? In that area, they agreed that now what we do, let's agree. Let's tie women that have not been circumcised on the left hand and allow them dance the what? The worship. So I think we need to share experience. When we get together like this, we need to share experience. And when we share experience, how are other people managing? How are they overcoming? So when that group of captives decided to tie the left hand, the other challenge was the buguli, the food, which you are served as guest of honor. When you have been called as Pasubin. At first, in 2008, men would borrow women of other men who had gone through the practice. my husband would go with the wife of my neighbor. And do you know what happened? He would enjoy the meal, being the guest of honor. At the end of the day, they would again turn into each other, having a relationship. This brought again conflicts. So that is what is bringing resurrection of FGM in our region. So I feel we need a lot of sensitization, we need more education, we need to help people. Otherwise, if you bring these educated, they have escaped it. But the people now bringing pressure is this age of ours. Because most of these young people belong to ours. When I look at some of you, you are the same size of my children. But the men are behind this and the mothers. So I think we need to actually network and then we need to share and understand the new dynamics. Thank you so much.
Can we give a round of applause? I was asked that question in Kaptera sub-county, how they were going to enjoy that big plate. The big plate has chicken, matoke, meat, and lots of drinks. And we hammered an agreement with the age set that were circumcised in 2000, the year 2000 up to 2006. They were circumcising their children. That it is no longer fashionable to cut your wife to just go and eat food. And you know who is the basube? It is the cut woman, not the man. So what we agreed, society had it that you would go with a ram as a chief guest, a sheep. So we told them, instead of going with the ram, as the children come to invite you, you give them a gift. And then you just walk to that home. There is no chief guest. All the EDISET members are chief guests. You feed them. And the women are free, either to dance, worship, or not to dance. And the men dance it. And the children were circumcised, and nobody died. The women were not cut, but everybody ate. And we told them we can celebrate education, we can celebrate childbirth, we can celebrate a good marriage of a young girl above 20 years, lawfully getting married. And those are the good cultures we need to perpetuate. Now in my village where I stay, it is within town, the same thing emanated again. And they called me at night. And you know I am a Mlokole, so I don't believe in tradition. I went and talked to all the men who are circumcising their children. That look, it is really inhuman to subject your wife to a cut for a one-day celebration. Let those who are willing to celebrate with you come. And those who are saying they are not supportive of that, let them go and celebrate it elsewhere. And surely the women and the girls were not cut. So this thing, as Madame is telling us, is now deep in places where there are no schools, there are no churches, there are no roads. There are also villages where roads don't go to. There is a village in between Ngenge and Kaptoyo in Ngoriongmo. Inside that corner, you can't go there using a motorcycle. You can't go there using any means. You just have to walk uphill or downhill to reach. It's called Tuyobei. That is where now we run also to get cut. And it needs young people. It is young people who can navigate the hills, not the old people. The old people will tell you, for us, we don't want culture. Are you getting me? But now the campaign should be taken by us to those the Sabines pay. You can even get only one or nothing. So I was telling them the girls who are receiving more appreciation from the parents-in-law who are marrying your daughter are those who have gone to school. And the reason is they are coming to add value to this family where they are going. And now it is such messages that create change in the mindset of our people. So I call upon the politicians who are here. Use all the spaces. Actually, politicians who are here, the most sensitive department in the district is the community-based services. But it is the department you don't put money. So if you are a member of the Social Services Committee, you are a secretary of that committee, please, as you debate in council, allocate money to change the minds of people. In the district, you find even the department has no car, and yet it plans for the whole district. So you can see the challenge they have. And it is all of us, even our partners who are here, as we engage Ministry of Gender, they should support those departments. They are the most important, but they are the most under-resourced. They rely on partners. And you know, partner funding is a twinkle in the iceberg. It's a project that comes for 1 year. It is phased out. The department lingers alone. So we need also to build sustainable mechanisms of fighting for resourcing of community-based services to engage with the youth. Just imagine I asked the sub-county chief how much money was allocated for youth activities in his sub-county. I will not tell you because the guy will be disappointed. It was 200,000 for 12 months, a financial year. That runs on 1st July to 30th June. Now you divide that by 12. How much money was there in a month? It can't even organize a youth meeting for 1 day. You see? So, as we are here, we need also to advocate and influence government to allocate more resources to the departments that touch women, the elderly, the youth, people with disabilities, because those ones are the ones who are easily lied that if you undergo this practice, you may get gifts. Who will give you gifts for undergoing FGM? Our gifts was your body. You see? When I was doing my master's research, I met a woman in a locality in Quen who had undergone FGM in 2018. And her husband had refused her. For one reason, the cut was done badly and the muscle that connects the anus and the vagina had gotten destroyed. And she had fistula. The only good thing I did was to link her to UN Women, and she was taken for treatment. But she regrets and she regretted. She's one of our champions telling other women that, please, I regret. And when I asked her what happened, do you know her story? Fellow women who are being cut influenced her to be cut. So we also need to talk to these women who have been cut. They all want to be the same. They say, these girls are bragging around with their tools. They are servicing their husbands very well. We need them also to be injured. And we remain the same. So you can now see also, you women, how you are not wishing the rest better. So we need to talk to these other young, old women, not to convince young girls to undergo the practice. Because they say derogatory words. When you pass there, they'll tell you a girl is smelling. Are you seeing? Do girls smell? No. But I want to tell you they don't smell. It is just an abusive word, an insultive word to create anger in you such that you can go for FGM and be disabled like them. And I want to tell the men here, it will be so risky for you to disable your wife and again look for a younger, fresher woman at your old age, because you cannot age gracefully with this woman. She can no longer, sex is no longer pleasurable for her because of that disability. So ladies and gentlemen, let's be focused. For me and mine is not cut. And we've given birth to 7 children. So we are very happy together. And we are still enjoying our life. We are now entering our past 40 now. And it's very nice. There is no struggle. There is peace. I only remind her of when I engaged her some time back, and she laughs nicely, and the body connects. You see? But now a mutilated person cannot connect, because the connecting button has been destroyed. You see? You see how interesting the thing is? You get an old woman in Buganda, she's 80, she's still moving very well with her husband of 90 years. They still service each other, slowly, slowly. Then you get a woman in our community at 45. Mzee is sleeping in the sitting room, she's alone in the bedroom. And if Mzee speaks, she calls her sons and daughters, and they thrash the Mzee. You see that? So men, you can see you are very powerful when you are a man at this age. But as you advance in age, you lose that potency, and the women take up the leadership. And normally in human nature, there is revenge. If you are a very bad man, they will treat you equal at your old age, badly. And because men are not there when children are being taken care of, the role has been left for women. The children know their mothers. Even when they get job opportunities, they will abandon you, the man. Because they were the ones going to the farm alone, they were the ones working alone and paying for their school fees. For you, you were seated in a trading center, playing on weso, cards, and drinking. And when time comes to harvest, they tell you, no, you are not part of the sower. You didn't sow anything. So let us be responsible men. Let children know that you are their fathers. Because statistics has it that where fathers are actively engaged in parenting, children are emotionally upright. Exactly. So the men, don't be on social media 24/7. As you tweet, make sure the child is seated next to you. Teach that child how to live a better life. So that is our responsibility. We'll make this world a better place. I don't know if these guys are ready. What is happening? Where is our... They are on, please. We better start and listen to what is being discussed. Otherwise, we can give each other a round of applause. That was a great discussion. So let's prepare to be part of this engagement. Oh, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to request the team from Moroto to raise up. If you are from Moroto, stand up, please. You're most welcome. We can give you 2 minutes to just say your name.
Thank you very much. I'm called by the name Skem Brenda Pulkol, and I'm from Nakiloro village.
Thank you. Clap for them.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Okwangabe. I'm from Musa's village under Katike Kileseb County.
Welcome. We can give you 2 minutes to just say your name.
Maggie Lolem, DCDO Moroto.
Thank you, you're welcome.
And I'm from National Village.
Thank you, clap for them.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm called
Good afternoon, everybody.
I'm called
I'm from Musa's village under Katikekile sub-county.
Welcome. There, you see the label that has the legs apart, that's for men, it's on your right. Please don't go to the women's side. We don't want any confusion there. And then, of course, as you stay in Bali, remember that you are young people. Do not move at night. Curfew is still there. We want you to return back to your destinations after this meeting. Let's be law-abiding citizens. You may be having freedom from wherever you come because they know you in those localities, but they do not know you here in Bali. You do it at your own peril. So, as we wait, these people are already in the platform, but I think the discussion has not yet started. We are waiting for them. You know, technology also has its own dynamics. It could disappoint in the 11th hour. You can see how power is also very unreliable for us here in Bali. It keeps cutting. It goes off and on. Equally, in Senegal, they are also struggling with power. Don't think it's only unique to Uganda. Uganda, probably we are not doing something properly. We have all the rivers and the lakes. In some parts of the world, there are no rivers. Instead, it borders an ocean where they cannot generate power. They are using power from God, which is also sustainable, but sometimes limited. So let us be patient to be part of this global campaign. Probably, if there is somebody from Moroto who wants to... yes, DCDO Moroto, we want to give you a small platform to come in front. What are you really doing to engage young people, to end FGM, to end female genital mutilation, but also promote the rights of women and girls? And we welcome you to come in front. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Again, my name is Amagi Lolem. I'm the District Community Development Officer, Moroto District Local Government. I am happy to be part of this process, and I'm happy to receive the invitation. And thank you for extending the invitation to the young people who are the target of the FGM in our communities. I also want to thank UNFPA for the continued support to end FGM in Moroto. I also want to thank UNICEF, and I want to thank the Partnership of Action Aid that has also come in to support the communities to ensure that FGM is abandoned and is no more.
Le principe, c'est qu'on se présente tous. Donc, un pays se lève, tous les ressortissants du même pays se lèvent en même temps. Comme ça, on va aller vite et pouvoir commencer le travail. Merci beaucoup pour votre coopération. Non, non, c'est bon. Ouganda.
So, I want to say that, I want to acknowledge that the support of partners has helped us as a district to move forward. Moroto District, through the support of UNFPA, UNICEF, has been able to have dialogues at community level to engage the young people, the old people, the parents, and their friends around to kindly abandon FGM. In these dialogues, we've gone ahead to show commitment. Some villages have gone ahead to show commitment, to sign and say for us, no. And in Moroto, we have a case where one of the mutilators,
qu'elle s'appelle Hélène Sangaré, elle a présenté son collègue Boubacar Sangaré, je crois. Voilà.
To the communities, they know that whoever is caught mutilating will be cautioned. Whoever is caught or has information and doesn't report shall also have a problem. And people have internalized this. They are beginning to, actually it is evident that they have understood, because now the FGM practice in the community is done secretly. It's done secretly. That shows you they are beginning to know that this is a wrong practice. And this is through our dialogues. If we did not really engage the communities, then I think they will continue doing it openly without shame. Then we have worked with police. We've cautioned our young people that whoever tells you about FGM, whoever you get information about FGM, kindly report to police. Report to the next person that you think can help you. We have FGM alliances in the sub-council, These alliances sit quarterly to review the progress, what is happening in villages, who is still practicing, and what do we do as a committee to ensure that FGM is abandoned. Then we also have change agents at the village level, where these women and men speak to the rest of the households about abandonment. So it has become a personal thing. Saying it is a practice in the community to a household. Which household is that one that is giving us a headache? You see? Trying to mutilate girls, trying to encourage girls to mutilate. Then we have also formed male action groups, because we noticed that it is also the men who send these girls and say, for me, I don't want a mutilated wife. I want to have a wife that is cut. So we have engaged the men. Since it is a male-dominated society, power lies in the hands of men in this community. So we have engaged the men to also show them that, we go through a lot of pain. Can you please relieve us? Can you let us say no to FGM? And I'm happy that in those community abandonment meetings, some men have shown commitment. The serious ones have shown commitment, and they are part of the team. They are now ambassadors to say no to FGM. Then we also have child protection platforms. And this is where in the sub-communities a lot of FGM issues are discussed. And we have also had peer-to-peer. We have peers. We have the young people who have been survivors, who can also influence others to refuse and report cases related to FGM, and to give information to an authority that they are feel comfortable with. Then we have SafePal. SafePal is an application by Ministry of Gender. It's like a reporting tool. You report any problem that is affecting you. That one has also helped. We have Sauti, the 116. That one has also helped us to receive cases. from these communities. I've also not forgotten we have the Tepet Culture Day. These are functions we hold to take stock of what has happened really. Are we still practicing? If we are still practicing FGM, what do we do? And it is also a platform to mobilize. It's an audit kind of platform. We celebrate successes, we mobilize, we share experiences, we also come up with strategies to end FGM. So this, and then exchange visits. We have exchange visits. I remember I visited Kapchora with a team of other, the technical staff and the politicians to see how was Kapchora really saying no to FGM. What is it that Moroto has not done, that Kapchora has done, that the others have reduced? So we have those kind of visits. Then also we have intermediate visits at that level. We ensure that village heads that has abandoned should learn. Village B should learn from village. It's what have the elders there said and the mothers and authorities there, what are they saying about FGM? So that is the level where we have really tried to suppress FGM in our communities. But I know this is culture. People still want to cherish it. But I know mindset change will come automatically as we continue knocking on the doors of this community saying no, no, we continue spreading the news, we continue using the change agents, we continue even using the young people, those who are really affected. I'm happy that this engagement has brought in young people, and these young people, you know, when you speak to somebody who has a problem, they understand it more. Probably they will also inform us how best we can approach this problem. So I'm happy that Action Aid thought about the young people, bringing them in forums like this. In this forums, we are also going to learn a lot because I don't know what Buko is doing to end. I don't know what Kapchora is doing to end. I don't know what Amugat is doing. Probably we are going to learn from this kind of fora. And even at our district level, as I say, I think we are going to promote this kind of peer-to-peer groupings, this kind of groupings. I think when the young people, those survivors, those who have survived, can also encourage others and say, for me, it was maybe through this that I was able to escape. So, and what we have also done as Moroto is to promote the education campaign, because we have seen that those girls who go to school will automatically escape. They stay in school longer. So by the time they come back, the community has also abandoned and they have changed. So we are telling our girls kindly go back to school. So the go back to school campaigns have helped us. A lot more is being done. It's not my day really to talk a lot, but I just wanted to give you a small overview of how we have really managed to be at this place. But I continue to thank all the partners who have been there for us and who are continuing to support us. Kindly support us. This engagement is very good. We appreciate. We shall learn from it. And I know with time we shall not speak about FGM. It will be a story, and we shall just be telling our grandchildren, this is what used to happen. So let's continue the fight. Thank you.
Ça tombe bien. À l'instant même où la problématique mondiale du programme conjoint terminée dans sa présentation, le secrétaire général du ministère de l'enfance et de la protection générale est arrivé. Donc, bienvenue, monsieur le secrétaire général, au nom de Madame
Hello?
Donc, vous avez un petit appareil le canal 1 l'anglais, le français, le l'arabe. Donc, merci d'être là au nom de Madame la ministre, vous avez l'appareil encore dit. Hello? Morning. Assalamualaikum. Merci beaucoup.
فاطمة غوميز أتي من غامبيا. أنا اليوم مع زميلي من غامبيا أيضا، يعني أعمل لجلوبال فور وومن، وأيضا أعمل مع Education Place Initiative، وأنا مسرورة بالحضور معكم في هذه المناسبة. صباح الخير للجميع. اسمي شيلي ماشينغا، أتيت من جنوب أفريقيا، وأنا أرأس منظمة تهتم بالأولاد المشلولين. صباح الخير. اسمي فاطمة عبد الله آدم، أمثل UNFP في جيبوتي، وأنا مسرور بالحضور معكم اليوم. شكرا. صباح الخير. اسمي إيلين. أنا أتيت من هنغاري، أتيت من بلجيكا. في بلدي يقال هيو مورنينغ للتعبير عن صباح الخير. اسمي ياسين كولي، وأنا من السنغال. أنا الأمين المنفذ لشباب لمكافحة التناسلية. نرحب بكم. صباح الخير للجميع. أبدأ بترحيب جميع الوفود القادمة من إفريقيا والعالم، وأشكر المشارك من الوزارة يونيسفي، وأنا اسمي مدام دم، دكتور المديرة للأسرة. صباح الخير. اسمي سيسيل كومباوري، الممثلة ليونيفيا في السنغال. أرحب بكم، وكما ذكر المشرف، هذه اجتماعكم ننتظر منكم مشاركة ديناميكية في هذه الطاولة المستديرة. كما ترونها نركز على الشباب، ونتوقع منكم أن تقدموا لنا يعني مستقبلياتكم في القضاء على تشويه الأعضاء التناسلية للإناث. أنا من نيجيريا، وأعمل مع منظمة غير حكومية تتحرك في القضاء على تشويه الأعضاء التناسلية للإناث. أتعامل مع لجنة تكافح هذه الظاهرة في نيجيريا. صباح الخير.
اسمي
اسمي
قدمني
قدمني المنسقة
العالمية
العالمية
للمنيرين
لبرنامج منيرين.
أعمل في هذه
أعمل في
المنسقية
هذه المنسقية كمتابعة
والتقييم.
والتقييم.
يعني في لغتنا
يعني في
المحلية
لغتنا
نقول
المحلية
بالدو
نقول
بديجام
بلدو بديجام
يملو
يملو
فجم
فجم في لغتي المحلية، في اللغة السيريلية السنغالية. شكرا جزيلا.
صباح
الخير. اسمي بابوكار، رئيس أفريان موريتانيا.
يعني أنا
بكل صراحة
كأننا في اجتماع
كأننا
الكبار
في اجتماع الكبار
كأنكم لم تتناولوا الفطور
عندكم تحسون بالبرد أو لا. يعني نحن في الصباح، يعني حاول أن تكونوا أكثر فعال. أتمنى أن تتحرك الأمور. أنا أتحداكم. إذا شكرا. أنا اسمي فكلا ريشار، عضو في أفيان كاميرون، وكما نقول في أفيان كاميرون فيرست. يعني ضعوا الشباب أولا. نقول فاس، قولوا فاس. شكرا.
Good morning again.
Jambo. Jambo, jambo.
My name is Lily.
Hakuna Matata, Kenya. My name is Lily Anoili from Kenya. I am a member of the Youth Anti-FGM Network Kenya, and I am the founder of a CBO called Sauti ya Dada Africa, the voice of an African culture that champions for the rights of indigenous people, women and girls. I am so glad to be here today. I am super excited. Hoorah!
Morning, everyone. Augustine Conway is my name. Augustine Conway is my name.
I work
From
with
Nigeria.
Youth
I
Foundation
work
for Development, Education and Leadership,
Youth Foundation for Development, Education and Leadership, Youth of Africa, an organization that is involved in mobilizing action of young people against FGM, and we're actively involved in engaging men and boys to eliminate FGM in Nigeria. Thank you.
صباح الخير. أنا اسمي علاء سعيد من UNFPA Yemen, Youth Program Coordinator.
I'm from Yemen. I represent Yemen. I'm with Mariam Ben Samin.
She represents
Yemen
and the issue of
FGM in Yemen.
Yemen.
Thank you very much.
I am Mariam Bismillah. I came from the highest ranked place, Hadramaut Mukalla, with FGM. So I'm glad I'm here. We hope this day will be good.
Mohammed Al-Fawi, coordinator at UNFPA Egypt.
Rina Shafai from YPR Egypt.
Bonjour, moi le monde.
Morning, everybody. I'm Saad Mohammed. I'm from Chad. We work for African Union in Central Africa, with UNICEF as well, to fight against female genital mutilation. My name is Lidi Sanka. I'm charge of a programmer within the UNFPA Senegal. My name is Sukan from Jallo. I work for UNICEF
in Senegal.
I am in charge of social norms,
everything that is
related to child marriage and
FGM. Good morning.
My name is Haba François. I'm from Guinea. I am the chairman of an association that fights against violence against children, particularly FGM. I've come with my colleague, Kadia Dukonate. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jamila Sawadogo. I am in charge of a committee that fight for reproductive health, including blood donation and HIV. I'm the vice president of an association called. I am here on behalf of African Burkina and with Pole Wetraogo. We are very glad to be here, and we hope discussions will be fruitful for my country and Africa as well.
My name is Agnes Bangali. I am the technical specialist for female genital mutilation with UNFPA in Western Central Africa. Happy to be here and welcome.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Shadi Al-Shiwi, and I work at UNFPA Arab States Regional Office as a regional program analyst on harmful practices. I'm happy to be here with my colleagues from Yemen and Egypt.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Mengiste. I came from Ethiopia, working for Norwegian Churches as GBVSRH program advisor. Norwegian Churches is a partner of the joint program of UNFPA and UNICEF in Ethiopia. I'm very excited to be here, and I look forward to learn and share my experience. Thank you so much.
Bonjour, je suis Nito.
My name is Nito Mokwa. I'm from Central Africa. I'm the Secretary to Education in AFRIAN in West and Central Africa. Good morning. My name is Mustafa Adi. I represent Djibouti. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Takwenyo Katsvaya Togole. I'm Chelangat Gloria from Uganda, Sabay region, with Chelangat Masi. I'm a human rights activist championing the elimination of female genital mutilation in Uganda from Action Aid, a global platform, an activist network where we use activism as a tool in causing social change in our community through poem, music, drama, and as well we work with the civil society organizations and as well the local government of entirely the Bay region. So we are representing Karamoja, Mudat, Bukwa Queen, and Kapchora. So we are grateful to be a part of this, and I believe that we're going to take on with something great. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Mohamed Debasi from the Gambia, a programs officer at Safe Hands for Girls and also a member of AFRIAN Gambia.
Tout le monde. Je voudrais m'assurer que tout le monde a eu l'opportunité de.
I would like to make sure that everybody has introduced themselves. Please take the microphone.
Good morning. I'm Johanna Joseph.
Hello, everybody. My name is Adam Jallo. I am the chairman of the youth organization in Kolda. And I'm also the chairman of the Child Network, which is a commune not far from Kolda. I represent all the peer educators in Kolda. I'm glad to be here with you today. Can you introduce the members of your team? I have come with Ramatullah Saidi. She's a peer educator in the center in Kolda. We have Sali Sajo. She's a coordinator at the advisory committee, advisory center in Kolda.
I'm from Kenya, and I work for an organization called Peace First. In many times, you find that us young people are not given a chance to drive social impact. So what we do is we give young people a grant of $250, whereby they are able to do projects which are geared towards changing their community. And when you look at the projects, we have also funded many young people from Africa and the Middle East, whereby they've been able to do amazing projects around FGM, and I'm super excited to be here. So in Kenya, we say habari, and the response is mzuri sana. So habari, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I think everybody has the agenda, either in English or in French. If you don't have the right agenda, please let us know, and we will give you the agenda of the language you need. I would like to tell you that there is something that doesn't look significant, but this is really important. If you see, there is no presidium. We are all together. This is just to tell you that here, this meeting is yours. It's your roundtable. You are the leaders. It's up to you to tell us how we can end female genital mutilation. This meeting is an opportunity to build or catalyze everything that has been done for years, so that the next phase can be crucial in ending FGM. So I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Mireille Tushi-Minina, the Regional Global Coordinator of JPFGM. Thank you, Sukaina. I think you and I think we are almost the same age. Yeah. I think there should be more dynamism. I'll be 50 soon, but no, she'll be 60 soon.
Once again, my name is Mihai Tushimina, and I am a proud Congolese and proudly francophone. However, we work in a bilingual, some of us are polyglot and speak several languages. So please allow me to make my remarks in English, and because there's more Anglophone than Francophone, even though we're in the Francophone countries, and also to enable our other participants that are joining online, please, 1 second, just to wave at them, so at least they know that, you guys are joining us from Colombia, Indonesia, all part of the world, but we are with them here physically. Thank you so much. So quickly, I'm not really good on long speeches, but I just wanted to reiterate that we created this space for us to engage, for us to interact, for us to ask thought-provoking questions, and to really feel at home and at peace. So, Excellency, Madame la Représentante, ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished youth, and all the protocol observed, it is a pleasure to participate in this Global Youth Roundtable. To all the youth advocates joining us today at this roundtable in person and virtually from across the world, thank you for taking the time to honor this event. Allow me to use this opportunity to express my gratitude and expression and appreciation to the government of Senegal, who are represented by the Minister of Women here, and for the warm hospitality we all received. We are here in Somalia. This is a beautiful place, so we should acknowledge, the government that is welcoming us. By enabling this event to take place, they have made a huge contribution towards ensuring that we deliver the global promise to end FGM by 2030. I will now fail to acknowledge and thank my colleagues in the UNFPA West and Central Africa Regional Office, Country Office, including UNICEF, for everything that they have done to make this event possible. Thank you. We owe our gatherings here today to this passionate generation of young people who, through their actions and choices, are making it clear that the practice of FGM cannot continue. FGM remains an horrendous issue, a complex global issue. It requires a great deal of effort to find people who genuinely committed to driving change towards its elimination. This goes to say that young people gathered here today as an expression of their commitment to ending FGM are treasured. To shower them with a deserving appreciation, I'm asking all young people, of course you guys already introduced yourself, but I was going to ask you all to stand up to be celebrated. But here it's only Citaina and La Rep that are quite, energetic. So if we stand up, we kind of applaud ourselves. The fact that we are here. And thank you all for everything that you do now and the many things that we are going to do together to really deliver the promise of FGM by 2030. You are all the champion of this fight to eliminate FGM globally. By now, we all know the practice of FGM is a violation of human rights of our women and girls, our girl child as well. Its effect on the women and girls, especially the sexual and reproductive health, is adverse. The effect of FGM on education, empowerment, and dignity of women and girls are equally negative. 200 million girls and women alive today have undergone female genital mutilation. This number cut across 30 countries in Africa alone. Across these same countries, we know that without concerted and accelerated action, another 68 million girls are likely to undergo FGM by 2030. The continued practice of FGM poses an hindrance to development in specific countries, the continent of Africa, and the rest of the world. The Sustainable Development Goals envision a world that is free of all harmful practices, including FGM. Specifically, the global commitment to eliminate all forms of FGM by 2030 is clearly stated under Goal 5 on Gender Equality, Target 5.3, eliminate all harmful practices such as child, early, forced marriages, and female genital mutilation. Given the interrelation of SDG goals, the realization of SDGs focusing on good health and well-being, safe motherhood, quality education, reduction of inequalities, inclusive society, and economic growth are firmly anchored on the achievement of SDG 5 and in particular 5.3. We must agree that the statistics shared here on FGM prevalence is staggering. Quite apparent, it's a need for all of us to accelerate and to scale up action in arguably collective effort in partnership with all of us here, you all in this room, offer us the opportunity to turn the tide in timely fashion. UNFPA and UNICEF are jointly leading the largest global program for the elimination of FGM, which I proudly lead and humbly lead as well. Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the UNFPA UNICEF joint program, which was implemented from 2008 to 2017, focus on engaging young people to achieve the program's goal. During Phase 2, the joint program increasingly focused on engaging and empowering youth to become active advocates for the abandonment of FGM. Youth group, peer-to-peer support networks, and youth advocates were engaged and supported towards creating change in the FGM practice. Going on to Phase 3, which will end in December 31st of this year, The joint program for this first time had included youth engagement within the result framework as a cross-cutting strategic intervention. We believe that expanding youth engagement to harness the strength and advantages of demographic growth and empowerment and empowering them to drive the end of FGM in their communities and countries will enhance the program's effectiveness. Today, we are here in Senegal. It is only appropriate that I share with you a shining initiative that young Senegalese who are change agents engaged in last year. The Touche pas ma sœur, Don't Touch My Sister campaign was designed to end FGM. Touche pas ma sœur campaign conducted from April to December 2020 reached over 2.4 million, including 1.8 million people during 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. This campaign, among others, are examples of laudable initiatives that young people have developed across Africa to fight FGM. Currently, we are on the verge of commencing a new phase of the joint program in the phase 4 of our program. We are advancing our commitment to work and engaging with young people. Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry, with you. We recognize that there is no better group to plan a better world than those who will lead. You are all not just agents of change, but indeed today and tomorrow's leader. Just remember that because we'll have to discuss that further, that some of us here are today's leaders, but tomorrow some of you might go to greater heights and might be also leading similar programs at a global level and bigger institutions as well. The objective of this roundtable is to highlight your role as youth in amplifying social norms change. It is our expectation that through this gathering, our young people can develop a common position that will upheld by young people on FGM. The common position taken here today by you all will be named, hopefully, the Dakar Declaration on FGM. This will be widely presented to the African Union, Regional Economic Commission, our donors, and other stakeholders. We are hopeful that amongst other outcomes, this event will also inform establishment of a global youth consortium on FGM, which will launch a global youth movement in support of the phase 4 of the joint program and other programs addressing FGM. Partnering with you all, being part of it, will be delighted. Lastly, I implore on you all of us today, to join hands across generation. Again, let's all stand in partnership and rise to the challenge before us, working together to build a world free of FGM as we commence our 3 days event. I and all my colleagues, all of us, hopefully by 2030, will be all able to deliver the promise. Thank you.
Je t'en prie.
We would please kindly ask speakers to think about interpreters when they take the floor, because the pace is much too fast for interpreters, especially for those reading from documents. We will now give the floor to Fatima Gomez, who is going to share a piece of poetry for us. And the interpreters will just listen because we don't do poetry.
Good morning, everyone. Like she said, my name is Fatima Gomez, And yeah, since I'll be setting the stage for today's discussion, I energetic, right? So I'm gonna do a point, and it's entitled "Where Are We with FGM?" Yeah, and I hope you get the message. Okay. So here it goes. If only I had the power to know what to expect. If only I knew that it was an unspoken crime to be born a girl in this world. Then I would have prayed to the Almighty to not allow the sun shine on me. Then I would have pleaded to be an angel and watch from above. But how could I have known? How could I have known that the world I couldn't wait to see my blood? Female genital mutilation. Just 3 words. 3 words that's been claiming lives over and over again. Today, I reflect on the day that this practice was declared a human and women's rights violation. A day that was 9 years before I saw the rays of the sun. And today, 19 years after that, it's still summoning people in platforms like this. And that makes me wonder if it's going to be the same reality for our daughters' daughters. And so I ask you, really, where are we? Today, I remember the about 200 million survivors of this practice. How are they feeling? Today, I remember those who were taken away from us by this practice. Was it what they wanted? And today, I'm worried about the millions of other girls who are at risk of this practice. Are they safe? And today, most importantly, I'm concerned about what we can do, especially those with the power to make FGM history. Do we really care? I know how attached we are to our cultures as Africans because, oh my God, I'll be lying if I say that our culture is not beautiful because it is. Our culture is incredible. Our culture is wonderful. Our culture is our identity. Our culture is our pride. And so I say, if that is our culture and FGM is culture, then it's safe to say that we are more the devotees. Sometimes I tell myself, maybe it's not their fault. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they think it's for the best. Maybe they think it's because they love us. Maybe, just maybe, we would have forgiven them if we hadn't known better. But how could we when we know it's not a matter of not knowing? Because they know exactly what they're doing. They know how girls' lives are at risk because they saw other girls get killed. But it's their honor against our lives. And so our lives are only worth the statistics to them. Therefore, sit down if you're not going to contribute in creating a free FGM world, and stand up if you are in solidarity with the survivors of this practice. Stand up if you are going to honor those we've lost to this practice, and stand up if you are committing yourself to fighting against FGM, and clap if you really mean it. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that excellent piece of poetry, Fatima Gomez. Thank you very much. I am sure there was no translation because interpreters do not translate poetry. Sorry. Thank you very much, Fatima. I have a question. It's not part of the agenda. What inspired you? Where did you get the inspiration for these beautiful words? It's important because you were really setting the example. Where did you get the inspiration for this piece of poetry? Fatima, can you tell me where did the inspiration come from?
So I think it just has to be with what you're passionate about, because it also has to do with experience, with what you've been seeing around. So when you write something and it's directly coming from your heart, it's directly coming from a place of connection, I think you always do well. You always deliver how you want people to feel. So that, I think that's been the
Thank you
explanation.
for this powerful. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to give the floor to firstly Aderi Big Nigeria. And sorry if I mispronounce your name. She is representing the youth of Nigeria. Where is she?
It's right there.
Okay, you have the floor, please.
I'm going to be using this, okay.
You will need also the stand microphone on the table for the interpreters to hear what she's saying.
Okay, once again, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the one.
That's okay. That's okay. The HF is working. The handheld mic is working. It's fine. We can hear her. She may proceed.
Thank you very much. Okay, so on behalf of the 1.1 billion young people around the world and 200 million women and girls who are survivors of FGM, I want to take this opportunity to welcome us all to this key defining moment of accelerated gains towards the abandonment of female genital mutilation. And I want to say to us this morning that young people are not problems, but the young people are embodiment of solutions. Young people are embodiment of solutions. I want to mention some key young people that I'm aware of the work they do. My brothers and sisters from Nigeria, Augustine, Bimbo. I also met Fatima this morning with that wonderful poetry, if I'm correct. And then a whole lot of other young people that are represented here are doing great work to end FGM. So I say again, young people are solutions and young people will end FGM. Let me share my story as a survivor of female genital mutilation. I learned that I was caught some years back, I think about 9 years back now. And when I got to know, I was very sad. I had already started experiencing some complications that I did not even know that it was as a result of female genital mutilation, despite the fact that I'm a medical doctor. I just did not believe that my parents would go ahead and cut me. I felt it's a congenital problem. But later I got to know that it's because I was caught. And that moment that I got to know that I was caught was a key defining moment for me, because that was the day I made up my mind that I'm not going to allow any other girl to go through FGM. And ever since then, I've been working towards the abandonment of female genital mutilation. I work with a lot of girls and women in Nigeria. And why do I have to say this is because I'm a young person and I'm doing this. And I believe that every young person here, they are selected based on the great and wonderful work they are doing in their respective countries. And I give kudos to us all. My profession as a medical doctor in one of the states with high prevalence, high burden of FGM, the UNJP states with high burden of FGM, also made me understand what women and girls go through. My brothers, my sisters, FGM is not a joke. Behind every number you see there are true lives, true women and girls going through complications. So when you hear something like 20 million, 200 million, even if it's one girl, you can imagine the complications that the person is going through, that the woman, the girl, our sisters, our mothers are going through. So I got to know that I was caught as a young person. I'm still a young person. I now have a 3-month-old girl, and I made up my mind that she's not going to be caught. So to change the norm around FGM, on my wedding day, I decided that my colleagues are going to present a playlet on FGM, and they did. And at that point, everybody got to know what I stand for, that I stand against female genital mutilation. And I'm so glad it worked because nobody even talked to me. Nobody spoke to me about cursing my daughter because they already know what I stand for. And that is the power of a young person. A young person is a disruptive force, can change social norms with immediate effect. And with this Phase 4 program, program that is focused on engaging young people meaningfully, I believe that the Phase 4 program is just about to witness a great dramatic increase in gains towards the abandonment. So I want to take this moment to welcome once again, to thank us all for listening to me. I'm a young person and I stand against female genital mutilation, and I want us to also make this pledge. I want us to make a pledge as a young person to say that I'm a young person. Can we repeat after me? I'm a young person. I pledge to double my work to end female genital mutilation. FGM we end in my generation. We end. Thank you very much. I'm costly and every girl is costly. Thank you very much.
Merci Costly. Tu as dit quelque chose de très important. Tu dis.
Thank you, Costly. You said something very important. You said that FGM is not a joke. You said it all. You said it all. Let me now recognize Yacine Koli from Senegal. Thank you. Good morning. On your tables, you have this piece of paper. We're going to shout out loud this message so that we can be heard across the world. We're going to say youth and FGM. Let us all take it. Stand up, raise it high. Youth and FGM.
Youth and FGM. Encore. Youth and FGM. Encore. Youth and FGM. Merci encore. On s'applaudit tous.
Thank you.
Mais comme c'est une rencontre de jeunes, nous allons parler entre jeunes et les autorités vont nous écouter. Chers jeunes, nous devons plus être.
Dear youth, fellow youth, we should no longer be complicit. We should no longer keep silent about these practices. Our sisters are being mutilated. Our sisters are being circumcised, and we should no longer keep silent. We should rise up. We should make our voices heard. And today's gathering is a starting point. And we think that when we come out of this round table, we will have a strong movement that will make sure that the youth's voice will be heard. We'll make a strong call to authorities. I was saying earlier that the fight against female circumcision is a long-drawn battle. We have partners, we have movements, but it is high time that the youth take up the challenge, and we are the solution. The youth are the solution. The youth are the pillars of change. And for change to happen, we have to be aware of our role as development stakeholders, as agents of change. And in the digital era, in the era of technology, we should no longer keep silent. We should speak loud and clear against these practices. We have very many channels of communication. We have the means to be heard. We are all leaders in our countries. We have done excellent work in our respective countries. We have carried out a lot of actions, but there is still a lot to be done. It is now high time for us to see how we are going to change our actions, how together we are going to be carrying our voices so that we have a stronger, more committed movement that will be listened to at national and international levels. This is why I would like to call each and every one of us to be agents of development. Let's be the voice of the voiceless. These women and girls in the remote areas of our countries that are not protected, that are not supported, let us be their voice so that we can help them. Let us also engage them so that they know that change is possible. It is possible to eradicate FGM. And from now on, we have to make sure that this dream becomes a reality. Thank you. Long live Senegalese youth, long live African youth, long live the global youth. Once again, let's stand up and shout out loud. that youth and FGM.
FGM, youth and 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 FGM. Merci encore. Comme nous sommes au Sénégal, j'appelle les jeunes du Sénégal à
As we are in Senegal, I would like to call on Senegalese youth to stand with me, and we're going to hand over our memorandum to our authorities. Mr. Permanent Secretary, Madam Resrep, the representative of the ministry, the minister rather, we are going to give you this table, and these tables rather, and you will see that we have made strong demands as Senegalese youth. And I'm going to read it out so that everybody can hear us aloud. We, the youth of Senegal, ask the government of Senegal, number one, to abandon FGM as a national priority. Greater commitment and increased financial resources for the fight for the eradication of FGM in Senegal. Greater enforcement of the law, Act 9905 of January 99, suppressing FGM, female circumcision, sexual harassment, and domestic violence. Enhancement of activities for the abandonment of FGM, effective youth participation to all programming, strategic reflection and implementation of activities for the eradication of FGM in Senegal, the setting up of case management centers for FGM victims in all regions of Senegal, and finally, support for women and girls' empowerment after they survive FGM. We will hand out this to our authorities as a token of our commitment.
On voit bien que c'est une table ronde des jeunes.
This is really a youth roundtable, and they have taken the lead, as you can see, to carry the message. I think this is evidence of their ownership of this event. Microphone, please, whoever's speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to be taking action during those solidarity movements. We are also doing a documentation here, and as you see the youth chanting in Senegal, we are all in Senegal, by the way. Yes, we must also raise up and chant. Are we together? We must raise up and chant the same statement.
Merci, Hyacinthe.
Just as it is being aired globally.
Thank you, Hyacinthe.
This is our Senegal.
You have seen that on your table. There are presents. Senegal is the country of hospitality. This is to tell you welcome. Make yourself at home. Make yourself at home. We're going to give a gift to our regional coordinator to wish her a good stay. Please don't forget the young. Don't forget the young. Thank you very much. After that, we're going to listen to Eline Versius. She's in charge of the Gender Initiative, the UN Girls Education Initiative. Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everybody. Do you feel this energy coming from the room? It gives me the goosebumps. Fatima, your poetry was very moving. It made me cry. It went straight to my heart. Mr. Secretary, it dear colleagues, UNFPA, UNICEF, and other partners, dear youth representatives.
Here with you today on this very important meeting to accelerate progress to eliminate female genital mutilation. As you know, the UN Girls Education Initiative Core's mission is to advance gender equality in and through education. And we cannot do that without working on those very important and closely related issues like FGM, like child marriage, and other harmful practices. In the brief that we published earlier this year together with UNICEF on girls' education, empowerment, and the elimination of FGM, we demonstrated that investing in girls' education is one of the most powerful tools in the fight against FGM. Through the Gender at the Center initiative, which aims at promoting gender equality in education in 8 countries in Africa, we are also working on transforming the deep-rooted gender norms that perpetuate harmful practices and keep girls and boys from reaching their full potential. We want to ensure that communities, civil society, and governments work closely together to build education systems that are truly gender transformative. And to achieve all this, we need you, our young leaders. As you know, UNGAI is an intergenerational partnership with a long-standing tradition of engaging with young feminists. Through the Transform Education Coalition, we give space to youth-led networks, and we are very intentional about shifting power in line with our feminist principles. Throughout the next 3 days, UNGAI is committed to supporting you, our young activists, in setting up a global youth consortium and moving forward your work. And we do this not only because we know that we cannot decide anything for you without you, but most importantly, because you inspire us. And I think you've already demonstrated that in the early hours of this meeting. You inspire us, and we need your vision and energy to achieve gender equality and end FGM throughout the world. I thank you very much, and I wish you a very productive meeting.
Eline, now we're going to give the floor to Mrs. Compaoré, representing the regional office of UNFPA.
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général,
Secretary General, representing the Minister of Women, Family, Gender, and Child Protection. Responsible of the Mrs. Coordinate, the Regional Coordinator, the JPFGM, Mrs. Jallo, representing the office country of UNICEF in Senegal. The responsible of Gender Initiative. Dear youth coming from Africa and elsewhere, dear colleagues and partners, dear guests, I would like to
Directrice régionale de l'UNFPA.
I would like to say that Salimata Job is not able to come here today. She greets you all, and she's very much interested in this round table. I have the honor and privilege to take the floor at the beginning of this important meeting to wish you all a good stay in Senegal, whether you're here or whether you follow this meeting online. Welcome. We appreciate with the Senegalese authorities who have honored this meeting with their presence, to be here with young people from Africa and elsewhere to think about how to face the challenges related to the abandonment of FGM. I would like to thank the joint program, UNFPA, working for the end of MGF, and also the initiative in collaboration with the regional office of UNFPA for organizing this consultation with young people ahead of the launch of the of phase 4 of the common joint program. This shows interest in young people's issues, young people as an agent of change and reflection and program development. I applaud this initiative and I hope this engagement of the young will increase. So I thank the Senegalese government for hosting this meeting and its support to this beautiful initiative. At UNICEF, our partner in this joint program for the elimination of MGF, and also to all stakeholders and partners who have contributed to the organization of this event, especially young people themselves. We all recognize the work that has been done for the abandonment of this practice in our community, and I thank you all for your engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, dear young youth, throughout the world, more than 200 million people and girls have been victims of FGM. And each year, 4 million girls and women are at risk of being victims of that practice. More than 40 million and girls, women and girls have undergone this practice. 17 of the countries where FGM is practiced are in Africa. So we have the highest prevalence rates in Mali and Guinea. So, however, everywhere in the world, the COVID-19 pandemic has worsened the situation by worsening this context in which FGM prospers. This has caused a decline in the realization of the SDG goal, that is the elimination of MGF. According to UNESCO, more than 11 million girls might never go back to school because of the pandemic. This could have a negative impact on FGM. Uneducated girls are more likely to, uneducated women are more likely to let their girl undergo FGM. That's why this initiative of the United Nations for the education of young people will give an added value when we take into account the link between education and FGM. 68 million people are likely to be victims of FGM by 2030. Some cases might have been averted, but that wasn't possible because of COVID-19. We need to step up our efforts to put an end to FGM, especially in the post-COVID context. So what role can you play as young people? How can you better contribute to face this challenge? To answer this question, we are meeting here today. We have to set up strategies that are relevant and efficient, centered on you as young people, as active agents of change. and go beyond your traditional involvement. Ladies and gentlemen, dear youth, we want to revise elaborate phase 4 of this will go on until 2030. I think you will take this objective very seriously. Your visions and contributions to make sure that by 2030, 78 million people that might be exposed to FGM are spared. Putting an end to gender-based violence and other practices by 2030 is possible. And efforts are being made at all levels, including families and communities. And they participate in it massively. They participate in it massively. Putting an end to FGM through prevention services and through care for girls and women is also accessible. Putting an end to FGM is possible through political engagement at the local, regional, and national level. Putting an end to FGM is possible if you, as young people, are ready to change social norms so that the discussion can be open on the advantages related to the abandonment of FGM. I hope out of this meeting, the declaration of Dakar will be issued, a collective declaration from all young people condemning the FGM and demanding that more is done to eliminate this practice. The Dakar Declaration will be used as a tool of advocacy to demand, to ask donors and the partners working for the end of FGM. So I'm glad we have the presence of ambassadors that will carry this declaration to the AU and regional organizations such as ECOWAS on behalf of young people. The practice of FGM is global. The efforts to eliminate it should be global as well. So the setting up of a youth consortium will include whatever you want to make of that consortium. Ladies and gentlemen, dear youth, on behalf of UNICEF and UNFPA, I encourage all stakeholders to work in favor of the abandonment of FGM, especially governments. We need more involvement in terms of abandoning FGM, sorry. I would like to say that UNFPA and UNICEF are available to work with in complementarity with governments so as this practice can be abandoned by 2030. I couldn't finish my speech without thanking all those who are working day by day for the well-being of women and girls and children throughout the world. Let's make of this generation a generation that is intact and that is in good health for a better world and a healthy world for everybody. I hope our exchanges will be fruitful. Thank you for your kind attention. Now we're going to give the floor to the Secretary General of the Minister of Women, the Family, Gender and Child Protection. He's representing the minister today. Thank you, Mrs. Moderator. Representative of the Ministry of the Youth Ministry, Regional Director of UNFPA, Global Coordinator of the JPFGM, representative of the joint program, representatives of the different countries, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the civil society, representative of youth organizations, dear young people, dear participants, honorable guests. First of all, I would like to, on behalf of President Macky Sall, the government and people of Senegal, welcome you, you all. You are welcome to Senegal, the country of hospitality. I would like to share with you the regrets of Mrs. Salimat Diop Dieng, the minister. She couldn't make it to this meeting, and she commend you for this initiative. Senegal, through my voice, expresses its gratitude to this joint program for having chosen our country to host this global roundtable for the abandonment of excision. On behalf of the minister and the Senegalese government, I would like to commend the dynamic collaboration and the fruitful collaboration with the joint program through UNFPA and UNICEF. I would like, Madam the representative, to demonstrate the availability and the expertise from our ministry to face the challenges of emergence that goes through the eradication of any form of violence against women. So today I would like to commend all of you and congratulate all of you too. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, honorable youth, before going any further, I would like to commend the relevance of this roundtable. It gives an important place to young people. So I have seen the quality and relevance and the dynamism of young people, as the representative of Belgium said earlier. There is outstanding dynamism from this youth, and you demonstrate it every day. I would like to comment through this roundtable the materialization of the principle of children's participation in the joint program. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the government of Senegal gives an important place to the protection of children's rights through the ratification of legal tools related to human rights, especially the convention related to women's rights, and of also the African Charter on Human Rights and the through the Maputo Protocol. Those rights are now inside the Constitution of Senegal. Articles 7 and 11 of our Constitution ensure total protection, physical integrity of our young people from drugs and abandonment. Senegal has a legal framework that is protective for young people. We have specific legislation highlighting law 97 that make of FGM a crime. We have the law 2020 of January 10th, 2005 2020, that criminal that penalizes rape and pedophilia. This legal framework has been strengthened by a political mechanism marked by sectorial policies that are pegged to the Emerging Senegal plan, in line with the vision of the President of the Republic by 2035. At the sectorial level, Senegal has a national strategy to protect the children. We also have a national strategy for gender equality, aiming at eliminating all types of gender-based discrimination, and also by unleashing women's and girls' potential. We have a national strategy for the economic empowerment of women and young girls. More specifically, within the framework of the fight against FGM and their abandonment, we have a national community, which is multi-sectorial. The government has also already set up and implemented 2 national plans for the elimination of FGM. This has been possible thanks to the technical and financial support of the joint program, and we commend that program for that. Now we are determined as institutional actors, civil society, and financial partners to finalize the development of the national strategy to eliminate FGM, which will be coupled with an action plan for 2022-2026. So also I could mention important initiatives by the Young to Fight Against FGM through the National Youth Council, which is a federating organ that brings together all categories of youth to fight against FGM. We have a network of peer educators, including adolescents, that bring their contribution to the fight against FGM. We have girls' clubs, especially in Kolda, a movement that bears the name, especially in Kolda, the law that I mentioned earlier. More recently, the government has adopted through the Ministry of Women the agenda of young girls, which gives girls the possibility to express themselves and engages them to fully contribute to their protection by working hand in hand with adults and decision makers. Dear participants, dear young people, these efforts made in Senegal are observable in all our respective countries. We have ratified laws, we have institutions, we have policies in progress. Despite those efforts, the phenomenon of FGM is still rampant. The figures given by the regional director are really alarming and should make us more committed to eliminate this inadmissible violence. The problem is still here because it is fed by social norms, but also by prejudices that are not well founded. That's why it is very important to let young people express themselves so that they can be more engaged in fighting against this phenomenon. It's time to break the wall of silence around it. It's time to denounce or report any act related to FGM that you see around you. It's time to maintain the advocacy, to push decision makers to take more measures to eradicate this phenomenon. That's why the government of Senegal commenced this roundtable, which should be a new starting point for the elimination of FGM. Dakar should be the starting point of a new strategy, that is a new alliance with young people because they are not the problem at all, they are the solution. That's why I urge you all to own all the legal instruments that protect young people and also all the national policies. I also urge you to train yourselves to carry the voice of your peers so as to bring silence, to break silence around this scourge. The Senegalese government will be by your side to carry on the fight. That's why we have in the priority plan number 2 of emerging Senegal plan, we have introduced the objective of reducing by 2% all practices related to FGM. The conclusions of this roundtable will enable us to accelerate this dynamism. Rest assured that Senegal supports with a lot of determination the declaration of Dakar that will be an outcome of this meeting. The government also supports the idea of setting up a global consortium to catalyze the fight against FGM. You can count on the government. You can count on the leadership of Mr. Macky Sall. He will later be the chairman of the African Union, and he will be champion the fight against FGM. Thank you for your attention. In that perspective, I urge you to maintain the momentum and keep fighting. You are the solution. You are the generation without NGF or FGM. Long live the partnership, UNFPA, UNICEF. Long live the Senegalese youth. Long live the African youth to put an end to FGM. I declare open the roundtable, the global roundtable on the abandonment of FGM. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, representative of the Ministry of Women, Family, Gender and Child Protection. If you take a look at the agenda, I think it's 11. It's almost 11. On the agenda, you were supposed to have a break, a coffee break. So we have the choice. I suggest that we have a family photo, then we'll have a break, and then we will try to do everything that is on the agenda. Let's take the photo, the family photo. Let's take the photo, the family photo. And then we'll have 15 minutes. And then we'll have 15 minutes for a coffee break. That is at 11:20. We'll have to come back for the plenary session to talk about the main achievements of phase 3. So everybody, please let's go outside, everybody, for the family picture. And then at 11:20 we will start again. Thank you.
What is very critical is for you to take notes that will also inform our discussions. I only want to request you to be proactive. When you see anything that is being done by those people in Senegal, we are in Senegal, by the way. we need to do it in solidarity with them, because we are also documenting our own actions here. And then, of course, we need to concentrate. Don't be so much on your smartphones. You can't serve two masters. You are likely to fail. You know, young people with smartphones, it is another health risk altogether. When you're here, concentrate. You give short time to smartphones. Smartphones are risky. They also destroy your eyes. But we can't run away from technology. I think we are just waiting for a short while. We need also to break off for a coffee break. You see, they're going for coffee at 11:20, when for us it is coming to 1:30. 2 o'clock, do you see? So you can see the time discrepancy in the world. We are 3 hours ahead of them. And this is the power of nature. And you can see the difference.
Cases are not reported, and sometimes also maybe the law enforcement staff need more capacity to understand, because it's not technical only. So you need to be more sensitive on the practice to be able to enforce the cases. The monitoring of cases also, in some countries we do not have enough data. So it is also for you as young people to ask your officials, representatives, to provide the required resources for data on FGM to be made available. For Niger,
about Niger, we all know that according to statistics, the prevalence is not as high as it is in other countries. But we have the principle of not leaving anyone behind. In all countries where the practice is prevalent, we need to be able to meet the needs of girls and women, those who have been victims of the practice, and also those who are at risk.
Are we together? Yes.
We share with Niger. We urge them to participate in our meetings to share their experience. Now,
Challenges.
the coordinator will come back tomorrow. We have a strategy to reach as many countries as possible. We don't want to leave anybody behind. The involvement of religious leaders is part of the strategy, the most used strategies. I earlier showed the communities where religious leaders publicly testified, and they said this practice has nothing to do with religion, especially in Islam, which is a religion that protects girls and women. So Islam cannot promote this kind of practice, which is harmful. I don't know what you mean by women who practice FGM. Maybe you mean that maybe you're talking about those who perpetuate this practice.
So who has a question?
Even though it has been shown that this is a whole thing. We have grandmothers and many other people who contribute to the to maintaining this practice. So there is a strategy to address this need.
My colleague, focal point to join program, who can also maybe provide more detail on some strategies and respond to some of the questions. You know, Lydie, Sukaina.
Avant ça, on va.
Before doing that, we would like to let the two moderators share the questions from chat. Some participants have questions.
The questions are in the chat. If you have a question, please, we need those questions
From
to
the virtual participants, those who are following this event on Zoom link, on Zoom, there are some questions forwarded for the presenter. The first one is types of approach used by other countries to raise awareness. That's the first question from the English speaker. And the other is in the coming phase, can UNFPA, UNICEF stream economic empowerment for girls and women as an outcome to eliminate FGM? So these are the two questions. And for a French speaker, they can.
C'est bon, hein, je pense là aussi c'est la question concerne le type d'approche. Hein,
The first question is about the type of approach from other countries, mainly raising awareness. I think we talked about it earlier.
A question on the approaches for raising awareness to my colleague, Sukaina or Lydie or Chaja. I think we have several, Agnes, several colleagues here who can also provide. And the question regarding phase 4 now, I think we have a session on phase 4. Maybe it's better to leave that question to tomorrow. So we'll come more in detail on what we intend to do during phase 4.
Lydie? Okay, merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Cherno, for those answers. I would like to say that, as we said in the introduction, that the issue is very tricky. If we had the miracle solution, we would have put an end to that practice. But because it is very complex, we haven't managed to find a solution. But we know that there are strategies that are fruitful and that help us reduce this practice. As far as Senegal is concerned, we have our young sister, Adama Diallo, who's going to give a presentation on the initiative led by, they have an initiative called the New Deal. What is it about? What are their achievements thanks to that New Deal initiative? Beyond that, we have other actors that are very active in terms of the theme of FGM. We have lots of NGOs. You've heard about Tostan, which through its program for capacity building, urged communities to make public statements about FGM. We have also Grandmother Project, which is an NGO that uses grandmothers because they are the ones that are the keepers of tradition. So the idea is to strengthen the leadership of girls in terms of the abandonment of the practice. In other countries, that is in Burkina Faso, for example, they put the focus on the enforcement of the law. We know that in each country, people develop strategies that tend to eliminate this practice. Thank you. Now we're going to let the moderator close this session before we move on. I think the importance of the joint program has been an important aspect within the framework of this presentation. Taking into account the complexity of FGM, this program managed to elaborate tools that are adapted tools related to the countries where where the organization is different. Countries that have their own realities. When it comes to FGM, I think it's important to note that the joint program supported those countries, and important achievements have been made, depending on the different aspects that have been explained by Mr. Cherno, that we thank, by the way, for this wonderful work. It's important to see that there are some challenges to face with regards to different aspects, as we saw it earlier. I think during the next sessions, we can try to deepen those challenges. I would like to thank all the participants for the quality of their statements. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ndoye. If you agree, I would like to move to the session related to youth contribution for the elimination of FGM. In terms of methodology, I suggest that we let each region give a presentation about its contribution. You take notes. Then there will be a question and answer session. Do you agree with that? If you agree, I'd like to give the floor to Adama Jallo. She will talk about youth contribution, especially West Africa, that is, I mean Senegal, towards ending FGM. So for East and Southern Africa, we will listen to Leshan Kereto and Lilian Keskei from Kenya. They will take the floor. Then we will listen to the Asia Pacific, Sushi Maisaro, and then we will finish with Latin America. The idea is to have an overview of what young people at the global level are doing. So Adama, you have the floor. Please don't forget to write your questions clearly. The moderator will be Saja El Shawi and Kajatu Konate. So please come forward, take the mic. It's up to you to moderate this session. Kajatu, are you sitting side by side? Oh, I've forgotten someone. I mean the Arab states and the Middle East and North Africa.
So good morning, people here and online. And I've been discussing with my friend here, Kadiato, on what we are doing here, like what we are really doing here. We are here to shake the grounds, but before shaking the grounds, maybe we need to shake our bodies in order to be able to move and listen to success stories from young people. So, Kadiato.
Ben alors on danse là.
Please stand up.
Let us raise up.
Are we going to dance? All right, so with this great energy now, we would like to start our session. And it's a delightful and colorful and beautiful morning for young people to show their achievements, their amazing work around their contribution to end FGM. We will start by
Adam Diallo. Alors moi, je suis
My name is Kayatu. I come from a country that ranked 11 as the country that practices FGM the most. That's why youth involvement is crucial in terms of social protection. That's why during this session, we will listen to different youth from different horizons to talk about the youth involvement in this process of change that is witnessing today and everywhere. So I will give the floor to Adam Diallo, who she's the chairman of the Young Girls Club in Kolda. She will share her experience through her organization. Please welcome Adam Diallo. She will show a video first, and then we will listen to her presentation. Today, we're celebrating the International Day Against Excision, but it is still here. The idea is a committee has been set up, Don't Touch My Sister. Women have tried to take action in Kolda. One woman out of 20 has been excised in her youth. You're going to raise your hand if you've been cut. They raise hands in face of shame and mutilation. Mutilation is illegal. Senegal has been so for 20 years, but there is no legal action. That's why the club of young girls in Kolda is organizing multiple meetings to change the situation.
Presentation from Western Central Africa.
I am Senegalese, and I would like young Senegalese girls. So it's a meeting, young girls, galvanized by the elderly. It's not a matter of purity. FGM is not a matter of purity. You must reject it. And young people don't just hold a meeting. In groups, they go from door to door to raise people's awareness. They come to a compound, and the first person they talk to is the head of family. In this type of excision, everything is removed. She will have pains, the girl will have pains all her life. I never thought this could be removed from a woman. And the discussion goes on. I underwent this practice. Sometimes I can't urinate. I said to Balde, the youngest girl in the family, is sharing her experience. Before she took the floor for the first time in the eyes of her father. I was circumcised when I was 6. I still feel pain. I lose a lot of blood. When I see my periods, it's very painful. I know what I went through, but I didn't know who to talk to. Jenna Bumbalo is watching the discussion. This type of, she does a job that tends to disappear. She's showing how the practice was performed. There were mystical chants and the cutting of the clitoris and how the clitoris was buried. This is where I buried it. This place now is being used to burn waste. Former practitioner of FGM is explaining why she dropped this practice. My grandma used to do this practice. I inherited from my family. Now, we know that it causes a lot of problems among girls. Each year, about 100 communities in Senegal abandon this practice. 80% of the population would like to see this practice abandoned for good. But in some regions, like in Casamance, tradition is very strong. And the Marabu are the ones that are hardest to convince. Even though we know tradition is a problem, we need to know how to manage the situation. This is an age-old practice. The area, maybe through discussions and exchange, my father will change his mind.
En reculé qui va continuer à baisser grâce notamment au travail de fourmi.
The number of women that are excised in Senegal is dropping. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adama Diallo. I'm the chairwoman of the Girls Association in Kolda. Today I have the pleasure to be here with you in order to share my experience. I want to share this experience with all of Africa. This is the video. We made this video in Kolda in 2019 with TV5 Monde. You know that some girls would go from door to urge people to abandon this practice. We managed to influence some girls so that they could abandon it. There are parents who still practice FGM. They said that it's an age-old practice. Their grandparents used to do it, and then they have to continue this practice. Now, I'm going to show you how our organization managed to oblige the Senegalese government to establish youth clubs throughout Senegal. So what is a youth club or a girls club in Senegal? The youth in Senegal are engaged towards the abandonment of FGM. For example, the Young Girls Club leaders of Kolda and the network of youth committed to ending MGF, including child labor, early pregnancy, in collaboration with other networks. Just a second. Okay, presenters, you have 15 minutes, so please remember that. Young Girls Club Leaders is an association of young girls aged between 12 and 24 and organized in subgroups. And they try to fight against early marriage, early pregnancy, gender-based violence in their neighborhoods. They also try to foster communication between pairs, between parents and children, so as to allow young girls to have self-esteem and have a sense of leadership. So we have a community pact or New Deal. We are young girls. We are trying to fight child marriage and early pregnancy and NGF and all types of violence against women. There is a compact or pact with our parents. It's called the New Deal. What is it about? It's a community deal with our parents. It's a community pact that we signed between the girls club, the parents, and the ladies we call Bajenogoh. The objective is zero pregnancy and zero MGF and child marriage. So there are 4 pillars: the commitment of parents not to marry off their girls before the age of 18. So, and the commitment of girls not to fall pregnant before marriage. Girls' leadership strengthened through prevention and the empowerment of girls for the reduction of to make them less vulnerable. So we need to deliver. We signed this agreement with our parents. We will not become pregnant before marriage. So you girls, don't accept to get married before 18, and parents don't let your girls get married before 18. So this was set up in 2014, I mean the club. Now we have 368 such clubs throughout the rural world. And we have 10,440 young girls that signed the New Deal. And this New Deal is recognized by communities. So we have started to manage
La création du mouvement 99 pour vulgariser
of the 1905 movement to enforce the law against FGM in our villages. And then we set up 85 units, watchdog units that are aimed at denouncing cases of violence. And then we made possible the campaign Don't Touch My Sister, which reached more than 2 million people. During the COVID-19 pandemic, there was an online campaign that reached millions of people. We have 3,572 girls that are involved at the national level, and 20,751 medical visits. And this was related to FGM only in Kolda. 157 peer educators that are supposed to speak to women, speak to the communities. There have been 21 meetings to share experience in Kolda, whether it was with the parents or NGOs. We have 124,179 girls and women that benefited from services of prevention, protection with regards to MGF. In 2020, 5 cases of suspected MGF were denounced. A member of our club managed to make her grandmother abandon this practice. So it's not about raising awareness only. We tried to influence our leaders, whether it is at home or in our community. So this girl that I talked about managed to talk her mother out of practicing MGF.
150 young girls were trained in Kolda. And the picture, on the other hand, is religious leaders. The picture on top is the picture of imams that were invited at a meeting where we were discussing FGM. The imam said that FGM were not mentioned anywhere in the Quran. And he said that what people are calling impurity in women's genitalia is not true because it's not mentioned anywhere in the Quran. Thanks to the equipment provided by the project, we have been able to produce and distribute soap, processed cereals. With the income from the sale, we were able to meet some costs. Mariama said that she could pay her tuition with that. So this is a young girl. So not only do we sensitize them on early marriages and FGM, we also help them in empowerment and also capacity building. Just to tell you that you are never too young. Let me repeat, you were never too young to change the world. And every day we wake up, we should think about the impact we have had in our community, what we can contribute to our community. We should, well, I am a Fulani and I'm proud to be a Fulani. In our family, girls are circumcised. And I have come with the girl to explain to you. The girl, I am told that my time is up. Anyway, she was a victim of, she was circumcised. And it's because of circumcision that she is the way she is. You know, she was walking properly. She was circumcised at the age of 3 years. She has been operated on 3 times because of that. I myself, I was circumcised very young, and I keep asking my parents, why did you cut me? Didn't you know about the negative consequences? And my father told me, listen, I did not know then, but I had to obey my mother's orders. In my house, we have 3 young girls, and nobody dares circumcise them. So I'm telling my community, we need to denounce this. We need to denounce this. We should not just say we are parents and we can't denounce. There are social norms. There are social norms that are negative that we need to do away with. And we should not just say that this is something we do because it is our tradition. No. If tradition is killing you, if tradition is affecting negatively your health, if tradition is causing problems, you need to change it. You need to muster the courage to denounce this. Let's denounce this once again. Thank you.
Is a champion you are. So our next presenters are Lishang from Kenya and Lilian. Lishan Kreto is an award-winning youth champion against FGM in Kenya, and he served at the UNFPA Youth Advisory Panel in Kenya. And Lilian is from Kenya, and she has a presidential awardee for her commitment to end FGM. So please, colleagues, you have 15 minutes, and best of luck.
Because we strongly believe in the empowerment of women, my government will be taking forward the deliberations of this meeting, the world stage, shining a spotlight on sexual and reproductive health rights of women and girls in the upcoming Nairobi summit, which we shall be co-hosting with the Kingdom of Denmark. We can reduce maternal and child mortality. We can eliminate gender-based violence. We can increase access to family planning, decisively with child marriage and female genital mutilation.
In April this year, we signed a landmark declaration.
The landmark declaration between the governments of Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Somalia, and Ethiopia to address cross-border FGM practice. And last week, we signed an agreement with religious and cultural elders from Kenya to eliminate FGM by 2022.
From the part of the village where I come from, and normally I do not run and nothing chases me. So when I exercise, I walk slowly. But on the 8th of March, I intend to run in the Beyond Zero Marathon. And I'll be running for one sole objective. It is for the end of FGM by 2022. Thank you very much.
Caravan has been a unique experience for young people, where we saw young people traversing 4 counties of Samburu, Isiolo, Meru, and Embu. And throughout this caravan, we had sessions with young people, we engaged in sports, and it was also uniquely a good chance when we engaged the Morans towards finding out what is their role in ending FGM.
Exposed to issues of gender. Comprehensively and these fights.
Important for us to recognize that women or they are objects of burden.
And by so doing, we must remove this idea that women are objects, that they are either sexual objects or they are objects of burden. Kazi yao ni kulima na kufanya vile wanaambiwa na wazee. And we have said that we want to eliminate FGM in this country by the year 2022. And this is one of the tasks.
Thank you so much. That was a video presentation that showed what we are doing in Kenya and the commitment made by the government to ensure that we end FGM in Kenya by the year 2022, which is 1 month
1.5 months away from now, 2 months. My name is Lily Noeli. I come from Kenya, and I'm going to make a presentation alongside my friend and my big colleague, Leshan Kereto. The picture you're seeing there are pictures of young youth. These youth are really interested in ending FGM. So next slide, please. One in 4 girls undergo FGM in Kenya, according to the Kenya Demographic Health Survey that was conducted in 2014. The FGM prevalence rate in Kenya equals to 21%, according to the Kenya Demographic Health Survey in 2014, done in 2014. There are counties with higher prevalences rate, that is Somali at 93.6%, Samburu at 86%, Kisii County at 84.4%, Maasai 77.9%, Meru and Embu at 30.7% respectively. In Kenya, we have 47 counties. And these are the counties that have higher prevalences rate. FGM has been identified in 22 hotspot counties. Where I come from Baringo County, a county that is inhabited by 3 indigenous communities. So that's among one of the counties where FGM is being carried out. There have been a lot of legal framework that has been done by our government and the non-state actors to ensure that FGM is eliminated by the year 2022. The first one, we have the Prohibition of FGM Act of 2011, which is adopted and which is in practice to help us protect our girls from female genital mutilation. We also have the policy on the eradication of FGM of 2019. Thank you. Next slide. There are commitments that have been made to help us in the campaign against FGM. The first one, we have the Women Deliver Conference that was done in 2019. His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta declared to the delegates from across the globe of his readiness and commitment to end FGM in Kenya by 2022. This was a very big step to us, the activists, because the head of the state was supporting what we were doing. It gave us a backbone power to what we are doing. It is illegal, and we have the support of the government. This was done during the Women Conference, and from that is when we started our campaigns. We intensified, because this thing that we are fighting is a tradition. And a tradition, you cannot end a tradition by just waking up one day. So when the commitment was made by our president, it was a really big plus to us. Next slide, please. And the second one of the second commitment, cultural and religious leaders high-level meeting, which was also done in 2019. This was the genesis of so many things to end FGM in Kenya by 2022. The community elders and religious leaders from the 22 hotspot counties made a commitment to support the presidential declaration to end FGM in Kenya. We live in a patriarchal society, and the elders, who are majorly men, make decision for us in the community. So when they supported the presidential declaration to end FGM, it was another step made to the first step of the declaration. And the religious leaders and the cultural leaders, they play a major role in changing the social norm in our communities. So this was also done in 2019. We had elders from all the 22 hotspot counties. We had representatives from the state and the non-state actors, as well as youth. The third intervention back, please. Back. Thank you. So in November of 2019, during the ICPD 25 conference, which was done in Nairobi from 12th of November to 14th of November 2019, President Uhuru Kenyatta made a firm commitment to put an end to FGM by the year 2022 at the Nairobi Summit on ICPD +25. The national commitment led to the development of a costed presidential acceleration roadmap in 2020, targeting both the state and the non-state actors. We are not leaving anyone behind. I quote him, "I would like to restate my commitment and that of the government of Kenya to providing the requisite leadership to ensure that FGM ends in this generation." Can we just give our president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, just one clap, wherever he is, because he restated what he said in 2019, and he also restated the same commitment. So for us, especially the youth people, the young people, we are very delighted because we have somebody who backed up our efforts and our commitment to end FGM. Next, please. This was also another intervention that was done. It was driven by the UNFPA and in partnership also with UNICEF. The Strategic Partners Meeting 2020. Thank you. The Ministry of Public Service and Gender and the Anti-FGM Board, with support from UNFPA, hosted a strategic dialogue on FGM. The event brought together development partners and other stakeholders from the private sector and community to deliberate on the national strategy to accelerate the elimination of FGM by 2022. We have Anti-FGM Board, which is a government parastatal that really support the end of FGM, being led by Professor Margaret Kobia, Honorable Rachel Shebesh, and Honorable Lina Kilimo. They are always with us, the youth, and we really applaud them for their support. The strategic dialogue provided a platform for discussion and reflection on accelerating the presidential vision to end FGM in Kenya by 2022 and moving the Nairobi Summit ICPD 25 national commitment to action. Yes, please.
I have 1 minute wrap, please, and then hand it over.
Okay. We have the youth caravan. This was a youth initiative that we moved across 4 counties to help us address the issue of FGM in the community, as well as learn what other youth are doing in other counties to stop FGM. Next, please. Now, I am a representative of YOUNG. YOUNG stands for Youth Anti-FGM Network Kenya. It was launched in 2016. It's a national youth-led movement that brings together young people and youth activists from different communities across Kenya to amplify our voices in ending FGM and forced child marriages. I am the focal person for my county, and YOUNG is moving like if you come to Kenya and you are a youth, we would all be here and we'll be moving the mountains, because the youth are the opinion shapers. The youth are the public, they are the cultural shapers, and we are also today's and tomorrow parents. So we really believe if we want to end FGM, we really need to involve the youth, and this is our movement. It's called YOUNG. Thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe punchline before I finish. I believe that for us to change our cultures, for us to engage the youth appropriately, we need to deliberately support the youth to adopt mechanisms that can help us fight FGM. Every time we talk about FGM, we remember the scars that we are carrying our lifetime, and we are going to change this. Let us make sure that our community-based solutions are driven by young people so that it can take us toward the realization of elimination of FGM. We are not safe until all girls are safe. Empower the girl child, equip the man. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my colleague Lillian, an amazing lady that is my colleague, and we work very well together. My name is Leshan Kereto, representing the UNFPA Youth Advisory Panel. Next slide, please. I'm going to tell you about the Youth Advisory Panel of UNFPA. The Youth Advisory Panel is a panel that brings on board young people who are fighting FGM across the 22 hotspot counties in Kenya, to bring on board them to be able to share and build their capacity to fight FGM. So this is the UNFPA Youth Advisory Panel slide. It serves as a platform for youth to engage, to build, previous slide please. To engage their capacities built by UNFPA towards ending FGM. Maybe I can help. Yes, this is the Youth Advisory Panel of UNFPA, which is a platform where youth engage and participate in policy formation and action towards ending FGM. It's built, the UNFPA body builds our capacity to advocate against FGM, and now involves us in activities like FGM campaigns through roadshows and caravans. We also do photo competitions on young people who are fighting FGM with the initiatives. We also serve as panelists. I've served in several panelists representing UNFPA. We also have intergenerational dialogues to discuss on how really different generations can fight FGM. This initiative is also funded by UNFPA, which is Kenya Nimini. Kenya Nimini means I am Kenya, I am Kenya, which lets young people to own up initiative. And through the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, they're able to do the One Kenya agenda to advocate for different aspects. They have different pillars, which are 5, and we focus on the health and well-being one, which are the gender-based violence and fighting FGM. So we have a lot of conversations where we come together and discuss as young people how are we doing in our counties to fight FGM. So the quote over there by a young person called Brian Mukasa is the participation of young men and boys in action to prevent violence against women and girls is key in ending gender norms. So young people and men are also involved in fighting this. I'm very proud also to tell you about the Students Against FGM initiative, which I'm a proud founder, being part the Youth Advisory Panel. We've been equipped with skills, and now we came up with this initiative to focus on uniting university students to unleash the role of students towards ending FGM and inspiring change. You remember that university students are the people who go back to their communities and advocate for change in their communities. And so personally, I organized the International Day for Zero Tolerance for FGM. It has never been done in Kenya. We brought on board hundreds of students to come and they get to be taught about what FGM is, because many of them still have the information they were taught as young, that they thought that FGM is a normal thing. So they were taught, and now we are unleashing and we are sourcing for funding to be able to unite all university students in Kenya. You will know that we lack data in most of our initiatives. So we want to train young people to advocate against FGM, and that way they can do research and provide for information. So this initiative is also an upcoming initiative that will be funded by UNFPA. Sorry about the slides, it's a little bit slow. Yes, I'm going to speak about some of the achievements that we've been able to make in Kenya. And one, we have the presidential commitment to end FGM. The president personally committed to end FGM by 2022. And it's something that has really given us strength. We also have the Generation Equality Forum that was launched in May 28, where we were awarded together with Lillian by the president for outstanding efforts to end FGM. We also have strengthened multi-sectoral approach through anti-FGM committees in our counties, which involve young people in those counties towards ending FGM. So these are the declarations by cultural elders where our very own president attends these initiatives and is able to rally the elders to say no to FGM. Also working with different countries across East and Southern Africa, we are signing pacts to make sure that there is no cross-border FGM. Also, we've been able to have the Youth Anti-FGM Kenya launch a lot of chapters and having focal persons in different counties towards advocating against FGM. So that is the Youth Anti-FGM Network Kenya that is working towards setting up different chapters in different counties to fight FGM. Yes, this is also the Presidential Recognition Award. You can see me and Lillian and other young people from the 22 hotspot counties being awarded the Presidential Recognition Award for fighting female genital mutilation in Kenya. So I'm going to talk about the challenges we face. We face a lot of challenges also in fighting female genital mutilation. And this cuts across different of them, right from cultures. They are very, very harsh cultures that we have, even though we appreciate them, that, we know that they have cultures that they believe in, and it's very hard to bring change. We also have other challenges like the medicalization of FGM, which is coming up, we also have the challenges with medicalization of FGM, where healthcare workers are working and trying to do FGM in hospitals. It's something we are fighting, and as we actually come up with students, we want to teach students to stand against FGM, even as medical students. I'm a medical student myself. So we have cultures. We also have gender norms that are really, really rampant in our community. We have religious beliefs which are making it hard to be able to break them. And we also have limited data for evidence-based advocacy, but these are some of the things we're working to end. There are also emerging trends that are coming up as cross-border FGM that is coming up, the medicalization of FGM, as I told you about, and the cross-border practice on FGM between different countries. Next slide. There is also the COVID-19 has led to the increase in FGM in various counties because children were not going to school, and so they were exposed to the perpetrators of FGM. Yes, we have a few recommendations for us to be able to end FGM, and this is from Kenya all the way to the world. We need to improve our data collection through evidence-based advocacy. We also need to fund grassroots organizations. As we talk about putting young people first, money is the very, very first thing that we need to talk about. Let us make sure that we fund grassroots youth-led organizations. We also have to have public declarations to end FGM by religious and traditional elders. We also want to involve healthcare providers in the prevention of FGM. That way we can prevent medicalization of FGM. We also want to bring intervention to sensitize social, cultural, and religious factors. We also want to push for more end FGM campaign. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that we can use social media to really advocate. Those are some of our recommendations. We also want to build the capacity of young people. The only way you can involve young people, we are young, we don't have much experience. Build our capacity and see us grow and become better. We also want to engage young people in policy formation right from the top all the way to the bottom. We also want to unite young people to advocate against FGM in Kenya. We want to unite all of us from Kenya to Africa to all other counties. Let us unite and make sure we fight for action. And we have a call for action where we are asking, with immense will and support from young people in Kenya, we are calling upon the unity of young people globally to engage meaningfully in advocacy, collaborative activities, and policy action to create a strong front that will eliminate the practice of FGM across the world. We are calling upon this knowing that young people are the designers and the tailors of the future that they want. The greatest thing we can do as young people here is to end FGM in our generation. We will be remembered for that. And thank you so much. God bless you.
Nous devons
must unite to end FGM. We are the leaders of opinion. We can change things. Our colleague said that we're never young enough to change things. It's time for us to get involved. So these were the words of our predecessors with regards to the situation of FGM, especially the involvement of the Kenyan president to end FGM. So we will continue with this session that will focus on Northern Africa, Northern and Eastern Africa with Mariam Mohammed from Yemen and Mohammed El Shatter from Egypt. Thank you very much. You have the floor. Remember that each presentation is just for 15 minutes. Please, let's not go beyond that. So we should allow those who are online to participate through chat boxes.
Are you ready for next session? Okay. We will start with a small exercise. Please all stand up. Everyone see me? Okay. It's okay now? Okay. Follow my movements and count with me. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1. Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Do you know anything about Yemen? You know the situation here in Yemen? Do you know what's happening in Yemen? Do you know that it's considered the most or the worst humanitarian crisis in the entire world? This is what's happening in Yemen. Can you just, the next slide? The first one, actually. Okay, the situation, as I said previously, it's in the worst scenario we can talk about. So FGM in Yemen is still practiced, and it's mostly in the type 1 and 2, and performed on new girls. And in BBC report 2020, 18% of women are between 14 and 49. The aspect is mostly justified with religion. In 2013, Al-Ra'i or Al-Yawm published that Hadramaut ranked as the second or the highest rated governorate in terms of the prevalence of FGM. So the situation in general is it is worst situation we can talk about. Next slide. Okay, this is a study conducted in the title of Knowledge, Attitude and Practices on Gender-Based Violence in 2020 by Al-Taj Mansour, which is supported by the UNFPD in Yemen, revealed that third women and half men have overall good knowledge of the FGM in Yemen. And the attitudes towards it that both of them, men and women, did not consider it as a violence. They did not consider it. So 93% of men agreed that that there is no benefit of education for women, even if they are educated, and even if everyone knows about the situation or the knowledge in general, it is not for the benefit of girls. In the active practices, 69% have intended that they will reform it. They will do it to their next generation or the newborns girl. So the situation it is difficult and critical one. Next slide. Okay. This is a poll conducted was on Facebook in 2020, asking the question, despite the highest level of awareness among many of population, the phenomena of female genital mutilation is still practiced. The question was asking, are you as fathers and mothers will do it to your daughters? And the answer was 49% of men confirmed, and 51 did not support it at all. And the female side, 89% rejecting this practice, and in the other hand, they are supporting it, and mostly they are from elderly people and people who believe that is justified by religion. So the religious aspect here is critical. Okay, on the other hand, we have the youth-led initiative. As accordingly say, I come from Aden and the airport. Before I come, there was a bomb, so we were asked. So I was in a place with no security at all. A place with my life going to that airport that day. So is not something fundamental or from war. They are seeking some food, some water, basic human rights. So when I am going to talk about something like this, it means like a privilege. You are saying something out of nowhere. We don't need it. So the situation, like I said briefly, is critical. So this is a group of people, a group of girls in the University of College of Administration and Management. They gathered, like 5 girls, gathered together, going to the 4 all levels of the administration college, taking serious of discussion, talking about the FGM knowledge, and they giving some the aftermath of it. They searching and talking about the consequences. So the majority said that they cannot end such custom. We cannot end it because it is part of the female or the Islamic female identity, which is, again, it is justified with the religion. Although Saudi Arabia, which is an icon for Islam, did not and will not get this practice done in the country, because its consequences, as we know, are very critical. So others believe that the coming forward to eliminate it means you are coming forward to confront with the religious leaders, which is, again, it's not safe even for you or for anyone when you come to confront them. The fear of it is the fear is continuous, and the matter is never to be end. Some others of these people, the girls we are having discussion with in the university, told that we fear to talk about it. This is a taboo subject to talk about it. So we are in the basic and the primary fundamental steps and stages about this matter. However, the group found out the girls are more approved of ending it. Also, the elderly people are the reason for emphasizing it. The domination also of men emphasizing this practice, they are justifying it with religion, although women did not support it at all. Okay, the prominence points, we have 2 points or 3 points in general. We have that most of them, the something that we found it critical, most of the people who are supporting it are educated people with higher degrees. So they think it is part of culture, it's part of religion. We cannot separate this from this. And most of women are against it again. They do not want to do it or practice it on their girls. The radical difference between male and female, that the desire of male is to be continued in any situation, and we know that it's absolutely nothing to do with Sunnah or religion argument. The future is highlighting the continuity of FGM, and unless this is the religious speak changed, unless the leaders of religion took something about this, do something about this, things will not change. It will be continuing for more than 20 years at least, I guess this number. Next slide.
1 minute.
We have different aftermath effects of the FGM, and it's mostly psychological and culture and physical and legal. I have to emphasize, since I have 1 minute, that the legal aspect is there is only a decree issued in 21 by the Ministry of Health, emphasizing that they declined this practice in health care facilities and hospitals, but there were no punishment. We must have something to criminalize it. We have to do something about this. It is still practiced at homes. People going to homes and do it at homes. People. Next day. Okay. Since we have all this information, we are going to, the future is people focusing on wars and conflicts, and there has to be a decree must be passed to prohibit FGM. And the religious aspect, we have lacking any evidence for critical and medical aftermath supporting male domination towards women. Recommendation, we have engaging religious and traditional leaders to transform existing norms to end FGM in Yemen, increasing the use of social media to have, it's only actually the safe one. We can have a media and use the platform with safety for us. Initiating a dialogue to engage the youth with especially males of FGM, GBV discussion, developing and designing FGM practical behavior programs, and carrying more research, comprehensive ones. The thing is, if we can have these researches, we have a basic and I can say a very little research done, but we need to have something to do with it. And that's all what I have to review.
Okay, thanks, Mariam. Good morning, good evening. Okay, I'm Bima Shafai, YPR Egypt. And I guess 90% of you knows what YPR is, but for those who is unlucky enough to know YPR, let me introduce you to what is YPR. Okay, YPR is a peer education network founded by UNFPA since 2002, and it entered Egypt at 2005. And since then, we have been working in 26 states now out of 27. So we have one state left to cover all around Egypt. In our network, we have 10,000 active peer educators. We have 500 trainers, 300 of them working through interactive methods, 100 using theater-based techniques for awareness, and 100 is using sports for development. Okay, next. Okay, next.
Can we have another mic, please? No, we need this for the translation.
Okay, as I have mentioned, we have our trainers, our peer educators, and our advanced trainers. For the managerial level, we have our governorate coordinators, we have our National Advisory Board who elect our core team, our national core team, which is 7 members. And for the assessed, we have Neutrality Committee, along with Alumni Committee that contains the eldest members who has enough knowledge to help us and advise us through the way. And on behalf of the very active young leaders that I represent today back home, hello everyone if you see me through Zoom now, I have to mention also we have a very, very strong forum, as I have mentioned now, yet we all volunteers, 100% volunteers driven by our passion and our beliefs that by youth and only youth we can make a change, especially in such a horrendous stuff like FGM. Okay, next. Okay. As I have mentioned, we are youth-friendly initiative, so we work through edutainment concept. What's edutainment? It's education along with entertainment. We use interactive sessions, gamification, theater-based techniques, and sports for development to raise the awareness about the topics that we work on. So we work on SRH, family planning, GBV, and of course, FGM. After? Next. Okay. Okay. Next. Okay, we have been working in FGM since then, since we have started. And under the joint program, we have started campaigns in 2016 and 2017 to address more FGM topics. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought that you need like to lower my voice. Okay. Okay. And then we continued and started to enter. No, next, not. Next, okay. Back. In 2018, we started to enter universities, and we have reached more than 6 universities all around Egypt. And then in 2019, next, please. We started our YPR camp with the assist of Ministry of Youth and Sports to reach more and more peer educator and end beneficiary. At the same year, under the joint program, along with Egyptian National Council of Children and UNICEF, we started DAWI, or to echo, to teach young girls. We have trained more than 100 young people how to use storytelling in FGM awareness. Okay. Then, COVID-19 hit the world, and the world started to panic. And they have all the right. I mean, it's a humanitarian crisis. But we know, all of us, that along with humanitarian crisis, violence rate increases, as we have seen in FGM and domestic violence and etc. So we needed to continue to work. So through the COVID-19 crisis, we continued our activities through Salima campaign. Okay. With the help of Egyptian National Council of Women, we have managed to deliver more than 8 theater performances to more than 200 end beneficiaries. And we have made such a smart step, which is our peer cast. With the peer cast, we can record our awareness messages and awareness campaigns without having to collect people in the same place, violating the social distancing. And we have our messages there on internet recorded forever. So even if we aren't here, people can come back and check it. So now we are in the pilot stage of generation dialogue activities, which is an activity that aims at narrowing the gap between adults and young people. Okay. Next. Okay. On March 2021, our Egyptian government has toughened the law that enforces anti-FGM measurements, especially on medical personnel who still, for now, perform such an harmful act such as FGM. This is a very great step, right? A great step. But the important question is it enough step? Unfortunately, no. We are the young leaders, the advocates, such as me and Mariam and everyone here in the room, need to work more through law enforcement. A lot of interruption through law enforcement. Okay, thank you. To enforce the law, we need to work more to tackle the social support for FGM and the social norms. We need to work more toward increase the awareness about body autonomy. So one day we might live in a world that really believes in equality among men and women. I have a dream. I have a dream, and I know that everyone here has the same dream. I have the dream of that each woman and young girl can feel safe again, can feel really that they own the body that they live in. They have the full conscious choice of what is happening and what is not happening to them. I have a dream of that everyone here and everyone around the world, even in the farthest point of the world, can say out loud no to FGM. Thank you.
Thank you, Reem and Mariam, for all your dedication, your hard work, and I'm a witness on that. So I thank you so much for what you are bringing to our region, to the Arab States region, from passion, strength, and leading the movement of young women in the region. I'm very pleasure I have the pleasure to introduce the next presenter that will be online from the Asia Pacific region, Susie Mayasora. Agnes?
Hello everyone. Is my voice has my voice clearly?
Yes, we hear you clearly.
Okay. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. I guess I can translate into my presentation. Can you see my screen?
No, it's not clear. Now we can see it.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think I'm the only one who speaks here from the online, but that's okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from Indonesia. It's 8 p.m. here. As moderator said, my name is Ayu Herawati on behalf of UNFPA Youth Representative, and the most importantly, on behalf of youth who are not be able to speak here and have their voices heard. And I'm here with my friend Suci. She's a midwife, and she will join on the Q&A session. Yeah, to be honest, I feel sad because we cannot meet in person in Africa, but that's okay. I'm very excited to join the Global Youth Roundtable today. Hope you feel your space and taking care of your physical and mental health during this very challenging time. Okay. First of all, I would like to invite you to do program with me, and you can put your comment on the chat box or simply speak for people in the room. I have two questions. The first one is, have you ever heard Indonesia? I will see on the chat box. Is there anyone here now Indonesia? Okay, it's okay. And the second is, what is Indonesian best known for? Unity in diversity, tropical islands, Bali, diving spot, nasi goreng, nature beauty, mie, sate, or gado-gado. I see on the chat. Yes, I have Bali. Okay, now then Robert.
Okay. We need to be preparing our questions. You know, it's good to start posting them.
Well, I want to do something
Just
real
as
quick. If you are young people,
the online
put your
connection
hands up
is
or raise
becoming
your
too
hand.
challenging
Okay, I see
to
some
know across the globe.
raise hand.
Internet is a
3,
challenge.
4. Okay.
Indonesia is not different
Thank you
from
so
us.
much. Okay, some of you may be confused whether you are young people or not, but that's okay. The whole point of this is young people be heard. We have such a great voices, and let me highlight on this. This is a around 64 million. This is the total number of young people in Indonesia between of 16 to 30. We usually call them as a millennial or Generation Z. You know that this is almost a quarter of Indonesian population. And but even though the huge percentage in Indonesia is often highlighted, there is still gender-based violence issues such as female genital mutilation. You know that Indonesia is the fourth largest population country in the world, but also 30 million of the 200 million people around the world who have experienced FGMC are living in Indonesia. That is approximately equal to 1 out of 2 in the year 2011. And then almost half of FGMC cases in Indonesia were done to girls before they turned 4 months old and done before they turn 3. Could you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. The most common types of FGMC in Indonesia is two types, types 1 and types 4. And another data show that only one parent believe that FGMC unnecessary, and only one believe that FGMC has to be stopped. You can imagine this is a crucial issue in Indonesia. And despite that Indonesian government has prohibited the medicalization of FGMC, in Indonesia, in urban area, mostly FGMC practice is in Indonesia are done by midwife and health providers. And in rural area, meanwhile, most FGMC practice were done by traditional birth attendants, or we since call them maraji or paraji. And in most family in Indonesia, FGMC were decided by mothers and grandmothers. Being a young person, I see that I have more responsibility towards my communities, my society, and my generation of young people. I see that we can do it and change a lot. I see that we have a change to change our own present. Why is that? People in my majority believe that FGMC is a religious requirement or sociological and cultural event. They think that is how a girl is born is divine, woman's sexual desire, and other stereotypes like I was told that FGMC needs to be done so that my husband will feel pleasure and other stereotypes in our country. And the question is, why we need to involve young people by making powerful judgment? The reason is Indonesia with its demographic dividend. Young people are the hope of the nation. When we, as a young people, are involved, you are not just giving them a chance to change their own life. You are also giving them a chance to change the lives of so many other people, because they will be the future parents, leaders, and become like in this world. So what young people in Indonesia can do when we are involved? We can dismantle the barriers and change the inclusive system and patterns into inclusive one, where everyone should be able to access not only service but also reliable source of information about MTMC. When young people are involved, we develop long-lasting skills that contribute to greater social decision-making regarding health, including regarding this FGMC practice. This is the ecological framework diagram under the hood. We work together through different channels and approach to make the change possible. For example, I'm here and I have a family, friends at school and friends at community, and I go to school. Therefore, I'm influenced by the society and rules at my school. The school is ruled by the education policy, and society are influenced by the government and the mass media, which are hugely influenced by the attitudes and ideologies of the bigger society or what the nation basically believes. Youth are more often open for opportunities and can easily adapt new circumstances. Therefore, we have more power in seeking new ways to make change happen and make them last longer in the society. Change to what behavior, tackling the level of the intervention in order to make it last. And at this point, this is what of GMC in Indonesia, with young leaders across Indonesia, and from this activity, I learned something that phone and digitalization is not only a bad thing. I use my phone to work together with different young people around Indonesia and start raising awareness in social media. This is our offline. We also working with boys here, and we also raising awareness on the social media here. Stakeholder in the elimination of FGMC. However, I also experience some ageism and labeling, particularly when they ask about religious fatwa, and then they say to us that you are too young, your experience is not good enough. But now I want to talk to all the youth here that no matter where they are or where they come from, they dreams and they can change the world even if they live in the shadow of FGM from the past. And this is the activity from midwife Suci, educating communities from the grassroots. And I want to highlight the first picture on the left top here, when Suci conducting field visit to educate family when the first donor experienced FGMC. Then Suci helped mothers of a newborn, 7 days baby, and And this is the last, the UNFPA book. I meaningful engage in the development of young people facilitator manual on FGM. We cannot choose what kind of family we want to be born into, but we can choose what kind of family we want to be. I'm so excited to hear everyone and to see the change we're going to world. And many congratulations Service Day of the launch Global Youth Consortium on FGM. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup. Merci pour la présentation. Donc, si on n'a plus personne en ligne pour...
Thanks for your presentation. If you don't have anybody else online, but Asia, we can move on to our colleague from Colombia. Please write your questions in the chat box. This time, we're going to exchange with two of our colleagues from Colombia, Arelis and Alessandra from Colombia. If you're online, we can start with you.
Okay, if our questions also ready.
Don't remember that we have only 15 minutes before we move on to the questions and answers session.
Good afternoon to you. Good morning here in Colombia. I'm going to start sharing.
Yes.
My name is Alejandra Bundram. I'm part of UNFPA here in Colombia, and I will give a really fast introduction to the work that has been done in Colombia so far, and then I'm going to give the word to Arelis Cortés, who is a leader from the regional indigenous organization of Valle del Cauca and leader of the Embera Chami community. So
write it down. You have to own the question, please. Already.
So Colombia is not Latin America in general. It's not the female genital mutilation is not very common in Latin America, and in fact, it wasn't until 2007 that the first case of female genital mutilation was identified in Colombia. Again, if you ask most Colombians, if you ask most people here in Latin America, most will say that this is not a problem, that this is not something that happens in this area. But in fact, it is. It is not very prevalent. It's not generalized in the community in general. But in Colombia, it is centralized primarily in an ethnic group, the Embera indigenous people, and there is some indication that the practice also occurs in the NASA indigenous group. Last year, there was 11 cases identified, and people from Venezuelan nationality. It has been a challenge in Colombia to measure the actual impact and the actual prevalence of the practice. First, because there is just a lot of there's not that much knowledge of the practice, how it looks, and also because until 2007 it wasn't on the radar, and there wasn't until recently mechanisms to measure, monitor this in the health system. So I want to talk a little bit about what has been done. So primarily the work in 2007, when the first case was identified, a table, an intersectional table, intersectoral table was constructed to work in coordination with multiple institutions of the government, but also the communities where the practice has been identified to occur, and indigenous leaderships and indigenous organizations. And the focus of this table was to work in two areas. First, in improving the data collection and establishing indicators and mechanisms to measure the practice, but also in community outreach, and working with the communities where the practice was identified to prevent and respond to the practice. So some of the highlights that we have had in Colombia recently, just in 2020, so last year, an indicator was included in the National Public Health Monitoring System, which has allowed to measure, to recollect some data on the prevalence of the practice, although we don't have that much information yet to know the full extent of it. In 2019, female genital mutilation was included in the National Development Plan as one of the goals, and its eradication as one of the goals for the practice. And I want to highlight here the role that indigenous communities have had with the eradication of the practice, because we have had multiple indigenous communities making public statements and making public mandates for their groups for the eradication of the practice. And also, the indigenous leaderships have been key support in reaching the communities where the practice is prevalent. There has been several programs aimed at creating intercultural dialogue and an analysis from the communities themselves to analyze the causes and analyze the reasons why the practice happens. And in here, indigenous youth, and especially indigenous women, young indigenous women have taken a leadership role in maintaining the communication going within the indigenous communities, and promoting these spaces of dialogue from their worldview, from their particular worldview, where they have analyzed that this practice is not a traditional practice that has its basis on cosmology, but instead a learned practice, and this has allowed for a stronger position from these indigenous groups and these indigenous leaderships against the practice, through these mandates that they have made, calling for the eradication of the practice and other harmful practices against women in their communities. So that really briefly, that is a summary of what we have done in Colombia. I want to now give the word to Arelis Cortés. Arelis Cortés is a counselor for the regional indigenous organization of Valle del Cauca, which is one of the organizations that has publicly established a mandate against or for the eradication of feminine genital mutilation in the Embera community. Arelis Cortés is not just a leader for Orivac, the organization, but also is one of the main leaders in the fight for eradication, and it's a member of the Embera Chami community in Colombia. Arelis, ¿estás por ahí? Te doy la palabra.
I just want to give you the floor.
And so I will be translating for her, so the people in the room can hear. Arelis?
Hola, sí, ya la tengo ahí. Hola, buenos días. Yo soy Arelis Cortés
Hi,
Vitonco,
good morning. My name is
indígena
Arelis
del
Cortez
pueblo
Huiton. I'm an
Embera Chamí
indigenous
en Valle del
leader
Cauca.
of Embera
Hacemos
Chemi
parte de una
community in Valle del
organización
Cauca. We're
indígena
part of an indigenous
que está
organization,
compuesta por
which
varios
is made up
pueblos
by
indígenas.
several indigenous peoples.
Hello, my name is Arelis Cortez. I'm part of the Embera community, which is formed by different indigenous communities.
Primeramente agradecerles a UNPA por permitirnos hacer partícipes de este tan importante evento como es visibilizar las clases de vulneración de derechos que padecen las niñas indígenas en el departamento, pues por el problema de las prácticas nocivas. Entre ellas que es la mutilación genital femenina que las mujeres indígenas del pueblo en Verachamí lo realizan.
First of all, I want to give thanks for the space, allowing us to make visible the different harmful practices that the Embera community practices and the work that is being done against them, especially female genital mutilation.
Les extiendo un saludo fraterno y armonioso a todos los presentes, a las delegaciones de los diferentes países que hacen parte de este tan importante evento. Un saludo desde nuestra nación Colombia, desde nuestro departamento del Valle del Cauca y sobre todo como organizaciones indígenas quienes representamos en este país.
I send one from Colombia and
This information is being recorded in YouTube,
a part
and
of the
your
country.
voices are going back. So please.
Nosotros hemos venido realizando actividades de concientización, de crear conciencia a las mujeres indígenas. Hemos evidenciado que hacen este trabajo, como es la práctica nociva de la mutilación genital de la niña en nuestro departamento y en los diferentes resguardos indígenas. El pueblo en Verachamí, en el departamento del Valle, está en 22 municipios, las cuales esos 22 municipios tienen comunidades indígenas y se evidencia que en estas comunidades se practica esta nociva práctica que es la ablación.
We have the Embera Chami community is present in 22 different areas of the country, all of which have indigenous groups present, and we have identified that this practice occurs in all of these communities, and we have been doing educational activities to respond to the practice.
Los territorios de las comunidades indígenas se encuentran situados muy lejanos, las cuales hemos tratado desde lo humanamente posible ser perseverantes en hacer este trabajo para llegar definitivamente pues hasta las comunidades donde se evidencia la problemática. Es un poco complejo, sin embargo, hemos sido muy constantes en realizar este trabajo como talleres de concientización, todo porque la mayoría de las mujeres indígenas a las cuales hacemos intervenciones en las comunidades, un 90% son analfabetas, no tienen una educación de primaria ni de secundaria, lo cual a veces se nos dificulta, pero también por el tema del idioma materno, porque al 100% ellos son hablantes de su idioma natal, lo cual en su momento también se nos dificulta poder tratar estos temas. Sin embargo, hemos llegado hasta los rincones más lejanos de las comunidades que consisten en 8, 9, 10 horas de camino a pie, selva adentro, para poder llegar hasta las comunidades y poder realizar el trabajo. Sin embargo, ha sido muy nutritivo y muy importante a realizar este trabajo porque se ha evidenciado de que las mujeres han ido entendiendo, y no solamente las mujeres, sino el trabajo de los hombres, que también a sus compañeros les corresponde hacer el acompañamiento.
Part of the difficulties of doing this work has been the long distances and the far away, or reaching the far away communities that sometimes require 10 or 12 hours walking to reach. So they have been doing extensive attempts to reach, to do these pedagogical and educational interventions in these communities, adapting also this intervention to the languages, because a lot of people do not speak Spanish, and also can't read. So there has been a lot of effort being put to transmit the message of eradication to the communities that practice it, but also to highlight the role of women and men, that the women and men have in the eradication of the practices.
Así es un poco difícil porque pues no solamente es por las jornadas largas de caminos, sino que también por el tema del conflicto armado y los diferentes grupos armados que se encuentran en las comunidades. A veces es un poco complicado llegar, sobre todo con personal profesional, hasta las comunidades, pero hemos podido realizar un bonito trabajo, y más que ello es contarles que el grupo de trabajo que venimos realizando, esta formación, se puede decir, esta formación con las comunidades indígenas. Somos un grupo de mujeres indígenas hablantes de nuestro propio idioma, la cual se nos hace un poco más fácil poder llegarles a ellas, poder informar, poder contar
y poder hacer conciencia. Y somos mujeres jóvenes, un puñadito de mujeres indígenas, lideresas que hemos venido encaminando este trabajo y poder crear la conciencia para empezar a erradicar.
Lastimosamente, pues no es fácil cambiar la conciencia o el pensamiento de una práctica que por años se ha venido realizando, y que en el momento pues llegar a crear esa conciencia de que es una práctica que no se debe realizar porque atenta contra la vida, la salud, la dignidad de la mujer.
Es un poco complicado. Sin embargo, hemos hecho el máximo esfuerzo, lo cual a partir del 2015 venimos realizando prácticas con la evidencia de algunas muertes de niñas quienes llegaron a las instituciones de prestadoras de salud, igual nos hemos dado cuenta que estas muertes fueron a causa de esa práctica. Lo venimos realizando y ha dado buenos resultados, puesto que también las instituciones han hecho el acompañamiento.
We have done this work despite the presence of armed groups in the areas where we have to visit. The work has been done by women that are part of the Mbera community that speak the language, which has to reach the affected communities. And it has been a challenge to make it visible why the practice is harmful.
How many people use MTN?
Especially after 2015, we have been making extra efforts. We had there was related to female genital mutilation, which has highlighted efforts stronger. Arelis?
Ok, gracias.
For MTN, it is very
Darles que
For Airtel,
el 2020 fue un año que pudimos hacer nuestro trabajo por el tema de la pandemia, del confinamiento que nos ayudó a todos. Las comunidades indígenas también tomaron la decisión de ellos hacer aislamiento, confinamiento, por la cual no pudimos entrar hasta los territorios, y eso fue un vacío grande que nos dejó por la problemática que no pudimos realizar el trabajo. Se evidenció nuevamente algunas prácticas de algunas niñas, y por lo que pues tampoco hemos podido intervenir a todas las comunidades, puesto que los distanciamientos son muy significativos en el sentido de que son muy lejanas las comunidades a donde se llega. Entonces eso hace que se nos dificulte un poco Sin embargo, hemos tenido mucho el acompañamiento de UNFA, gracias a UNFA hemos podido llegar también o por los recursos que se invierten en trabajar por esta problemática, hemos llegado hasta las comunidades donde hemos podido. Algunas instituciones también le han puesto como el empeño de querer trabajar y de empezar a tratar de erradicar esta práctica. Eso ha sido uno de los avances que hemos tenido. Sin embargo, no se ha evidenciado, no se ha dicho que esto se haya erradicado de manera total. Aún hay prácticas. La semana pasada tuvimos 2 casos de 2 niñas indígenas, las cuales pues se evidencia que tuvieron que se les realizó esta práctica. Y por temas de recursos y todo el tema logístico, pues lastimosamente no hemos podido volver a realizar el trabajo.
Yes. So last year the work was complicated because of COVID-19
limitations. We couldn't move to the
work
communities
that made it so that the practice was again started happening again in many communities where it had previously stopped. But thanks for the support that we get. Other institutions, including UNFPA, we have been able to restart the work.
Sorry, 1 minute,
I would highlight that there was 2 cases last week. Two cases last week I identified, so the practice is still happening. Arelis, tenemos que cerrar, entonces si quieres, yes.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por hacerme la invitación a este evento tan importante. Queríamos hacer conocer que Latinoamérica, en un país llamado Colombia, y en esa Colombia, en los diferentes departamentos que existen, hay un pueblo llamado el pueblo en Verachamí, un pueblo indígena que se encuentra situado en 19 departamentos de Colombia, y que en este pueblo se realiza esa práctica nociva. Lo digo porque se puede decir que todos desconocíamos que esta práctica se realizaba y que lastimosamente a causa de muertes de niñas nos hemos dado cuenta, evidenciado de que sí se practica, y es ahí donde las instituciones apenas le ponen el ojo y han empezado a trabajar. Sin embargo, pues es algo que se debe continuar, que se debe dar perseverancia, poder a seguir realizando estos trabajos, y hacemos la invitación a las instituciones que quieran acompañarnos, que quieran articularse con nosotros para seguir trabajando este tema. Muchísimas gracias. Un saludo fraterno para todos los participantes desde Colombia y desde municipios de donde me encuentro, y sobre todo desde el pueblo en Verachamí de Colombia. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to everyone. We just wanted to make visible that there is a place called Colombia and their community called Embarachami, where this harmful practice is occurring, and that sadly we had to have deaths of infants and of children to realize that the practice was happening. That we still don't have enough support from government institutions to respond to this practice, but that we maintain a goal to join efforts to eradicate it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. So now we still have 3 minutes, and maybe we can extend it to another 5 minutes, 8 minutes of questions and answers. And I will leave it to Agnes because there are many questions online. So the floor is yours.
Hi, Shadia. I'll leave it to moderate. Just pointing out that we have some questions online, and we also had some hands raised online. So if we could start with the people online who have questions, and then we can come to the room. And if we can just keep all of our questions at 1 minute each, because we've lost quite a bit of time. We've had presentations from Senegal, Kenya, Yemen, Egypt, Indonesia, and Colombia. So if you have any questions, starting online, you can raise your hand. And you can turn on your mic. But in the meantime, I have received some questions by email, and I will just read those out.
Agnes? Surtout, il faut signaler que les questions qui sont posées, on ne doit plus revenir dessus. C'est-à-dire se tâcher.
Please don't repeat questions that have already been asked, please. For participants online, and even participants in the room.
Okay, I hope everyone heard that online. If you've already asked your question, we'll just take the new questions coming in. But please allow me to read an email from Tanzania, from the team in Tanzania, and they have 3 questions. Tanzania is asking, wait, Tanzania, are you online? Can you turn on your mic and ask your questions, or would you rather I just read them? Is Tanzania online? I don't want to speak for you if you're here, so, okay, let me read it to save time. How can the youth be helped to reach rural areas where FGM is at its peak, while the conditions there are not conducive for women and young girls? What should be done to help young girls who are survivors of FGM and were married off at a young age soon after? Since most girls are mutilated starting from ages 3 and above, while others are mutilated just soon after birth, what should be done to rescue them? So these are 3 questions that are coming from the Tanzania team. I don't know if there's anyone of the presenters that wants to respond to that. And I see also a hand raised from King Anosius online. Do any of the presenters want to respond to at least one of Tanzania's questions? Yes, Vazi. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the question. How can you reach rural areas? That is a question I want to, I'll tap into the rest of the questions, but I think reaching into rural areas where we have high prevalence of FGM is actually multi-sectoral. We want to work with the government, work with the government for security. We want to provide it for security. We also want a facilitation for transport for you to be able to move in there. And this requires really different people. You don't have to go alone. If it's insecure, you need to go with other young people, and you need to show that you are a friend and not really an enemy. You also need to appreciate the culture that is available and make sure that they see you as a friend. On helping survivors of FGM, there are different aspects that we want to look into. We want you to look into the psychological aspect of it. We want to come in, train ourselves as young people to counsel them and to be able to be there for them to recover mentally. We also want to bring economic training. Let us open bank accounts for the survivors of FGM who have been married early. Let us provide for them training on how they can raise their own income. That way they are not really under men. That way they cannot be hounded. The last thing I'll say is helping young girls is really our work. We need to mentor them. We need to be there for them. We need to educate them, the young girls, to stand against FGM. So as they grow, they know they're okay. Thank you so much.
Can I please add something on what my wonderful colleague has said? The other thing when dealing with rural setup, let us maximize the use of social media. Let it be known what you are doing in the ground. When you have internet connection, post your whatever intervention you are doing in the village, post it in the media, social media, and tag all the partners, the state and non-state actors, because we are realizing that the media is a powerful tool towards social change. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder that we only have about 10-15 minutes. So I see, j'ai vu la main de Lassina soulevée en ligne. Lassina, vous pouvez prendre la parole de Burkina, l'équipe du Burkina. There's Burkina Faso online that has raised their hand. Okay. If not, we have a question for Suki. Is FGM illegal in Indonesia? Why is it practiced by medical workers in Indonesia? And that's from Joy in Uganda. Suki, are you here? Can you please respond?
Yeah. Seeing the question.
Bonjour, vous m'entendez? Hello, can you hear me?
And now je suis avec
Ici dynamique, il y a un qui voulait poser la question. Somebody has a question. They will come just to ask the question.
Yeah. Hello. Hello, I'm Medway from Indonesia. I'm Hello.
Suki, hold on, please.
Yeah. What misconception driving FGM if it's done by hard workers? In Indonesia, it is mostly done by hard workers as the community largely believe that it is religious dictate and part of a long tradition. The demand of FGMC remain high in most part of Indonesia. Thus, the medicals are trying to change the way it is done using sterile and proper surgical tools so that people do not go to traditional birth attendant undergo unsafe FGM practice. Well, also the people believe that medical personnel are more hygienic and considered safe. That's why people act hard works to the FGMC, but unfortunately, it
Somebody has the
even puts
microphone.
women and girls to even more vulnerable situation than ever. It cause more harm as they use invasive surgical techniques and has no medical benefit.
Thank you.
Yeah, is illegal in Indonesia.
Thank
There
you.
is no
Suki,
yeah.
sorry, can you just wrap up in 30 seconds so we can take some more questions? Can you hear me? Okay, Shadia? Shadia, can we take some more questions?
I think we can take more questions now from the floor, from the people in the room here to give equal chance to them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Agnes, and thank you, colleagues online. Wow, where should we start? So maybe you start from this side, please. Can you please mute yourself? Our colleagues online, please mute yourself. Kindly make your intervention.
Okay, so when they were making the presentation, I didn't hear the sides like people who are visually impaired and people who have like hearing issues. Like how would they reach? Would advocate be designed to reach them? And with the issue of FGM, victims also have issues that they might be affected related to their mental health and psychology. So, like, what measures we put in place to address that? Thank you.
Please. So our presenters, please stay alert and take notes of the different questions addressing your presentations. Thank you. Please, the second question, we'll take 3 questions at a round. Please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup, c'est M. Goy, ministre de la Jeunesse. Moi, j'avais une question et une contribution. La question est adressée à l'équipe du Kenya. Tout à l'heure, dans la présentation, ils ont relaté qu'il y avait un personnel médical qui pratiquait les MGF, ce qui est un peu étonnant de notre part. Et nous voulons savoir quelles sont les raisons liées à ça. S'il n'y a pas une législation qui interdit les MGF au niveau du Kenya. L'autre point, c'est juste une contribution sur l'excellente
There is no
présentation de l'équipe
translation
du
into
Sénégal, à
English
savoir
from French.
par l'intermédiaire des clubs de jeunes filles de Kolda, dont le ministère de la Jeunesse assure la tutelle administrative. Juste pour dire que l'approche New Deal est un engagement de l'État du Sénégal qu'il avait pris lors de la CIPD 25 en 2019 au Nigeria. Et en ce moment, nous sommes en train, l'engagement était de procéder au passage à l'échelle dans tous les
The idea was to reach all departments in Senegal, and we are trying to implement this commitment. The other point that I think I should focus on is the empowerment of women, especially their economic empowerment. With the help of UNFPA, we have 1,172 girls that were turned into, that were involved in activities that generated income.
Okay, thank you so much, the Kenyan, in eliminating female genital mutilation. Yes, you're doing great work, and we are indeed grateful. But there seems to be a very huge gap. When you look at the cross-border female genital mutilation, that is Uganda and Kenya, you realize that most of the Ugandans, especially the Sabay region, Kapchora, Kwen, and Bukwa, talk about Amudat and Karamoja. They cross over to the Kenyan side to be mutilated, and they stay there, they're healed, and come back to Uganda, and this is not captured. So how are you looking at this in case, or what is your resolution on that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all the presenters. My question goes directly to Adama Diallo. Le pacte communautaire ou New Deal, c'est vraiment une initiative innovatrice, et ma question est de savoir s'il y a des mesures en place.
My question is for Adama Diallo. The New Deal is a good pact. Are there measures against those who don't respect that New Deal?
Thank you so much. My question directly goes to the Egypt and Yemen. Could be also in Indonesia because it's related to religious requirement in Muslim context, and there is a new trend of medicalization of FGM, and it's very prevalent in Egypt. So there are some emerging cases in Ethiopia as well. And how do you address this issue? Because the girls themselves want to be medically circumcised, and I would like to learn from her how you address this one. Thank you.
Okay, so quickly, my question would go to Kenya. We noticed that the president made a declaration on promising to end female genital mutilation by 2022. And then you also mentioned the risk of medicalization with female genital mutilation. So what step is the government taking into prohibiting the medicalization of female genital mutilation in Kenya? Because the government has the power to prohibit the medical sector from medicalizing female genital mutilation. So what step is he taking?
D'accord, merci. Je voulais demander à Adama.
I'd like to ask Adama what she thinks about threats and harassment in the community. And to Lillian, the president was himself involved. What are the actions taken within the community? What is it doing nationally? Is there an impact nationally? Are there data showing that this is working in the country? Thanks for giving me the floor. I would like to know if whether in West Africa and Central Africa there are measures taken in terms of the law in the region, so that so the prevalence rate where it is high, that is trans-border countries, is addressed.
Okay. I think first and foremost, event, and so I don't think we should rush it because we still have a lot of things to talk about. So I don't know if Agnes and the moderators, please, I will still beg that we just exceed the time a bit. So mine is not a question, it's just an addition. I wanted to talk on how we should look at the strategies, because I realized from all the presentations, they are doing business as usual. So we are still going back to the same thing. Can we look at it from behavioral science aspect, where we look at these cutters? It's a behavior, and that is why we have the same thing cutting across from all the regions. So maybe I don't know if there's a session where we can look at that. Maybe we can look at from that angle. We don't have to rush it. It's our event as young people. So moderator, please. Thank you.
Bien sûr que c'est l'événement des jeunes, on prend compte. Hein.
So that this event is for the youth. Thank you for the questions. I'm going to ask the panelists to answer. So if we ask all the panelists to take the floor, if they can bring specific answers. Bovo, don't forget that you can answer globally to all the questions because we don't have much time left. It's time to have a break and we need to finish early.
I'll talk on the questions that have been addressed through Kenya. I didn't hear that one clearly because there was no translation, but I believe it was on medicalization of FGM. So I'm going to respond on the cross-border FGM as well as medicalization of FGM. Kenya is very powerful in terms of cross-border. The legal framework is very powerful. Our president signed a pact with the countries in East Africa to make sure that there is end in cross-border FGM. It's an emerging issue, and the anti-FGM board of Kenya, in coordination with UNFPA, is working to make sure that there is, as we end FGM in Kenya, we are also ending in different countries. Because if we end it in Kenya and other countries are doing, we have to have cross-border. So we must end it, and we must also collaborate with different countries to make sure that there is no. We are coordinating with the security teams in the borders to make sure that as you move from country to country, we very well know what you're going to do there. And the last question on medicalization of FGM, this is very personal to me because I'm a medical student and a student leader for that, so allow me to answer on that. So the government has prohibited action by healthcare workers to practice FGM. It's very, very clear in the Prohibition Act of FGM. And we have a lot of acts in this. Legal framework is very, very clear. We have a strategy that shows very well in our constitution and is guided by the anti-FGM board that medicalization of FGM is not allowed. And so the various parts of the government, including the police, the county commissioners, and the NGOs and state and non-state actors are very well aware of the strategies that are required. And so we prosecute them, and the government is very, very clear on that they should be prosecuted in case anyone is reported. And the last thing I will say, and this has happened very recently, is there was a case that tried to work against the Prohibition Act of FGM in Kenya by a medical doctor. And our courts upheld that FGM is illegal. And so our government is very, very clear that FGM is illegal in Kenya, and it's prohibited, and that was upheld by our government. We want to empower the next generation. As I told you about the Students Against FGM initiative, we have Students Against FGM. When we teach medical students like me, they grow up knowing that medicalization of FGM is a no-go zone. And so we are working it now, and we are also empowering medical students in the future to make sure that they stand against medicalization of FGM. Thank you.
Yeah. Please allow me to answer my friend from Uganda. Just 1 minute, please. regarding the inter-county, the cross-border FGM, as we are here today, the 5 countries in Kenya that signed the 9 commitment to end FGM, the cross-border FGM was launched today at 10 a.m. These are countries, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Somalia, and Ethiopia. They signed, and the document was launched today. So we are going to deal with cross-border accordingly in East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Adama Diallo du Sénégal.
Ok, donc pour le pacte du New Deal, donc dès que tu signes ce pacte-là, ça devient un engagement personnel en toi. Donc, cause pour laquelle on a introduit l'autonomisation des jeunes filles. Donc, je signale que dans les clubs des jeunes filles, il n'y a pas que des élèves là-bas. Il y a des gens qui n'ont pas été à l'école. Donc, quand tu signes ça, tu as le droit de respecter. Quand tu ne respectes pas, si c'est la jeune fille, donc tu ne feras plus partie des clubs des jeunes filles, car nous, on a nos engagements. Et quand cette norme sociale, norme morale en toi, donc c'est à toi de surmonter ça et de faire tout pour ne pas être culpabilisé par la population, cause pour laquelle on a pris ces engagements-là. Quand je prends ici un engagement, donc je vais faire tout, même si je ne suis pas avec vous, donc je vais faire tout pour respecter ça, cause pour laquelle on a introduit ça pour pouvoir respecter nos paroles et être, montrer le leadership qu'on influence envers les gens.
Excusez-moi, Madame la modératrice. Les traductions ne marchent pas. On n'a pas...
There is no translation anymore.
Ouais, même les propos de Kenya là n'ont pas été traduits. Donc.
Ok. Égypte. Égypte.
And Yemen, and Yemen.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, for the religious part, we have been Al-Azhar Institute, which is the biggest institute in Egypt for religious rules that everyone like trust, have declared a clear statement that year about FGM, and it's that it's totally forbidden and it doesn't have anything related to religion. And that statement helped us a lot through our sessions and through our awareness campaigns, because everyone trusts Al-Azhar so easily. We come back to their statement and tell people, you give a religious justification to FGM. So our respected institution who represent Islam here in Egypt and in the most like Arab world says it's not a part of the religion, so it helped us a lot. Yemen, would you want to like add something about religious part? Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause for all our amazing presenters to the strong presentations and also strong interventions. Also to our colleagues online, we will disconnect now for 1 hour for lunch break. Please enjoy it and don't go swimming because you're not to miss the next sessions.
Are you ready? Okay.
Bon appétit tout le monde. Et s'il vous plaît, on revient ici dans 1 heure. Et ce ne sera pas très long parce que la dernière activité inscrite n'aura pas lieu. Donc, s'il vous plaît, revenons dans 1 heure. Comme ça, vous pourrez avoir la fin d'après-midi pour vous.
Okay. That one is the Kamzinga Energizer. I'm fitter than all of you. I'm a community worker, so I cannot be unfit. Some of the questions are being answered directly.
Recording stop.
And breaking off for lunch. I know the next session will be presentation of, by the way, be warned, we are here up to 9 p.m. Our day started at 11:30 Senegal time. But in Uganda, we started at Tomorrow we are needed here early because we need to prepare our discussions and we share in advance on the platform. So tomorrow is full of group work, plenary discussions. It will not be about just listening. It will be about breaking into groups of our locations because each of us, even if you are in Kapchorwa, Kwena, and Bukwo, that is Sabei, each district has its own different context of operation. So we need to break down what we want to see the joint program phase 4 do in order to engage more young people to participate in accelerating the campaign to end FGM, but also what the districts want, because after here, I know district community development officers and the mother ministry may be called upon by UNFPA country office to also deliberate and discuss some of these things. So there are peculiar and contextual issues that are related to your areas of operation that may not be applicable in Sabei or Amudat or Karamoja, Moroto, and Nakaps. So definitely tomorrow is more participatory. So we are requesting that increase your energy levels. It's the reason UNFP has given the advance quickly to motivate you to sit longer. Yeah, if we don't participate to the end, it shows an immoral behavior among us, the participants of Uganda. So I think our tea should be getting ready. We should be going, as they go for lunch, we should also be breaking off to take evening tea. That is their lunch, because they took tea at 2. But that was at about...
Are we having any...
Yes? Is somebody asking a question? Probably we can also request you to show us some few videos for people to see as I wait for Shiba to give us the next direction with the hotel. Are there any questions some people want to ask? Don't worry about...
Is there...
There will be something chafuaring us in the evening to take you to your different locations. You will not walk. There is transport available. You will not walk. So
Sorry, was the question about registration for Zoom participants?
your rights are catered for.
Yes.
No, in the morning, you can't.
Okay. We are encouraging, if you're attending from a country office, we're encouraging you to please write down your names and then send it to us either by email or you can put it in the Zoom chat and we'll make sure to register you here as well. We do have the names of everybody who registered individually participating, but if you're participating as a group and maybe only one person registered on behalf of the group, then we're kindly asking you to please take down the names of everybody who's participating and send it to us. I will put my email in the chat and you can send it to me by email.
Yes, you've seen.
I hope that answers your question.
You are participating. We need to send all your names. You are real participants there. And I saw you, Ugandan team,
to attend the group
you
meeting.
had more questions.
So I'm wondering who going to send the names
You
of
know,
your
Uganda is rated highly among the best English-speaking countries in Africa, by the way.
Can you repeat your question? It's not clear to me.
So we just need to up the game to be proactive, like other East Africans. You know, Kenyans are quick. They know how to build networks.
Yes, I will put my email in the Zoom chat, and you can send the list of participants there. You can send your names there. and it will be included. It will be included in the global list of participants. But if you registered on Zoom, then we already have your registration details. If you registered for the event on Zoom, you don't need to register again separately. We already have your registration details.
risque par Sinai Group for Food